Good morning. Sorry I'm a few minutes late, but it looks like court hasn't started yet, so let's see. Closes. Okay. Just waiting for court to start. Looks like it didn't start yet. Thanks for being here. If anyone is listening. Hi, Maury. It's nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. All right, let's see. Oh, okay. Hi there, mister. Go outside, right, baby? Why don't you go play? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go on. Come on, come on. Go play. Yeah, guys. Hi, if anybody's here just joining me, I'm just waiting for court to start and I need coffee because I woke up late and I have bedhead and I just need to get some coffee. So thanks for being here. We're just waiting for them to start. I heard that they're going to have closing arguments today, or at least I shouldn't say closing arguments. I heard that the defense is going to rest today, which makes sense. I don't know how many more people they can bring up. So just give me a second. Hopefully we'll be starting soon. All right, I'm currently making a double blonde espresso iced, and I'm gonna put agave syrup in it. I'm going to put this Chobani, and then I'm gonna put the cold foam on top of it. Bones, Bones, Bones. What's up, Bonesy girl? Oh, I can give you a little update on it. I just need to get caffeinated first. Let me caffeinate, doll. And then I will tell you what's going on here. Oh, what's going on in my pocket? Here, my phone is ringing, I think. Okay. Let's slide to stop it. Okay. Yes, Maury, let me just get some coffee and I'll give you an update. You've been away. It's okay. Well, I haven't really been talking about Idaho, right? And I've been really into Lindsay Clancy case lately. It puts a big spotlight on mental health, which is one of the most important reasons I think this trial is going to make a difference, you know? So just give me a second. I definitely need some coffee.
AI. Just generating. AI.
Tim, with Monday Sidekick, AI is easy.
Right, like I have spare time.
Just click the star and Monday Sidekick does it all. It can manage projects, craft campaigns, sorts data, you name it.
You sure it's safe?
Tammy, your data's protected.
Maybe this Monday thing can help us out.
Thanks, Llama. You're oddly reassuring.
I get that a lot. Must be the first.
All right, let's see here. And there's still nothing. Hold on. Chobani creamer. Chobani wheat cream creamer. And then this, they call it light agave nectar. So I'm going to use that to sweeten the coffee. Almost done, guys. All right, so that's it. And now I'm gonna put some just need the cold foam. The cold foam is what makes it the best, honestly. I think I just like to have the coffee so I can have the cold foam. I really do. All right, if you are with me here for this mess of a broadcast, thank you. All right, so this is the finished product. Hopefully this will wake my butt up. All right, hold on. Okay, it's good. So, sorry, I don't want to drink or eat. I'm not trying to do mukbang over here. Okay, so Lindsay Clancy case is about a young woman who's a registered nurse for labor and delivery, high achiever, played competitive sports in high school and college, and she got married to a man named Patrick, and they fell in love. And I mean, it was really just a great story, you know, great life. They had 3 kids. Now, this is just a rough story. I'm not giving you exact details because so if something's wrong, somebody can correct me, but this is just a general idea of what's going on. So After I think their first or second kid, Lindsay did have an episode where she didn't sleep for I think 2 or 3 days, and um, it sounds like it might have been a little bit of an episode of a manic episode, you know, but it went undiagnosed. And so then, on her third baby, after giving birth, she started to feel, you know, postpartum blues. They call it depression. She started to feel sad. And she let people know, you know, and about, I guess it was maybe 8 months into her her third child was 8 months old, and things kept getting worse and worse. She was very stressed about going back to work, and she started going to see doctors. In fact, she admitted herself twice into psychiatric hospitals because she was having thoughts of harming herself, thoughts of harming the children, and she was telling people. She was having intrusive thoughts. She felt like a bad mom. Um, she was getting a little paranoid, and she was given multiple different antidepressant and anti-anxiety medications, many of which she had side effects to. Some I think she was just really anxious to take, and things progressively got worse and worse. The day before she killed her kids, she even saw her psychiatrist one last time, who missed all the signs, you know? I mean, she kept saying she wanted to kill herself. She wanted to hurt herself for months and months. And that's my biggest point of contention. A lot of these providers that were asked about it said, right, but she didn't have a plan. Well, you don't need a plan. You don't have to have a plan. In fact, by the time you have the plan, you're probably not going to tell anybody. It's absolutely the meds. I agree. I agree. It's a lot of it, right, Bones? You're right on with this. It's absolutely horrible. Those medications there's a lot of different issues with them, and you have to be careful. Yep. Absolutely, Bones. And they don't really do good informed consent. So we had talked about the gene site test here, which is not a be all end all, but it is helpful. It gives you a little bit of an idea of how your genetics might break down and handle some of the medications they prescribe for mental health. I do believe some people benefit from these medications, but I also believe they're overprescribed, and many people have side effects that they probably aren't even aware are the medications. So I think they're good. Yes, you can absolutely talk to me about it because it's horrible, right? They don't even talk about it. Mhm. Yeah, they have so many injections now too. I saw another one for the mRNA. Um, they're gonna try to, like, specifically tailor a lot of medications to a person's genetics in the future, I think, and it's all injections, and I don't like that either. I think a lot of what we need just comes from the earth naturally. If we can eat properly and hydrate ourselves and sleep, a lot of this stuff is, exactly. That's what it is. It's, like, ridiculous, right? It's like, how many times, you know? How many times do you have to say, like, "I wanna" they ask, "Oh, do you have suicidal ideation?" "Yes. Yes, I am. I'm thinking about it. I've been thinking about it for months." And yet, "Do you have a plan?" "No." "Okay, then we'll let you go. You're good." It makes no sense. I get it initially if we're taught to hear, "Okay, there's no plan." I get that. You can't just jump and put people in psych hospitals. Nobody will ever come tell you what's going on. However, when you have a young mother with all of these variables going on and all these signs going on, she went to one hospital in Rhode Island she was referred to by a mental health specialist. And after spending the whole day there with intake and stuff, she ends up being told that she's not a fit because she's on too many medications. They tried calling her a psychiatrist or nurse practitioner, psychiatric nurse practitioner who referred there, and they never got a response back, not even from anybody who was on call for her. So it was just another lost opportunity. And I think when you keep going to doctors and you keep being told, try this, and not really being given any kind of real answer for what you're going through, it's really scary. It gets really, really scary. There you go. They resort to the DSM from 1955. That's interesting, Bones. I did not know that. Hi, Eric. Happy to see you. All right, so let's see here. All right, they're late again, guys. That's all right. We'll just keep chit-chatting here. Okay. You got to be careful, Bones. I can totally, I fall for stuff like that all the time. I believed you. It is quite scary, and I believe absolutely it makes it difficult this day and age trying to work a job, not making enough money to eat healthy, quite honestly. It's horrible, right? No, I know you are. You are funny. It is funny. It is hilarious. And it probably isn't much different from back then, Bones. I'm a good straight man, so if you make jokes, they'll go whoop right over my head. But yeah, I think that it's bad. It is. They need to revamp the whole thing. They've got they've got it broken down into personality disorders, the cluster Bs, and then the axis 1, which is, major depressive, bipolar, schizophrenia, those kind of things, and I think they need to revamp a lot of it. A lot has changed. And this case, I went up there and spent a week in Plymouth, Massachusetts when it first started. I sat in the courtroom, and if I could have stayed for the whole trial, I would have. I just feel like this case is really, really important for so many reasons, and particularly for the mental health aspect, because I think that we have a mental health crisis in this country on top of all the other crises we have. But the mental health one is very, to me, it's something I like to talk about and focus on, because I feel like just reaching out and talking to other people about your problems can help things a little bit, Come on, baby. Destigmatizing, taking the stigma away from this stuff is also really important. Come on, baby. All right, you big old goofer. Come on. All right, come here. Oh, he's going to say hello. Hi, sweetie. Oh. Okay. Look, say hi. Look, Fabi. Oh, you going to go? Okay, he's camera shy all of a sudden. That was Fabio. Yeah, it does. It does, Maury. It puts a huge spotlight on it, and I'm really happy to hear it. It really has created a big divide, though. But like Bone said, a lot of the medications come into play here. People are bringing up things like Seroquel and Zoloft and black box warnings and benzodiazepines. And it's just the discussion is something that needed to be had. The way that things are done in mental health, the way that oftentimes you start off with one medicine, they give you another medicine to take control over those side effects. And then that had side effects and they give you another medicine. And it just, none of it ever really, and this is standard of care. I mean, that is the standard of care, unfortunately. It's like hit or miss. And I think I don't think it's helpful. I think it causes more problems. Not to say that none of these medicines, hi, cutie. Hi, cutie. Hi, sweetheart. I look at this one. This one's a nut. Say hi. Hi, Josie girl. Josica. Josica. All right, he's going to eat your head. Watch out. So, I forget what I was saying, guys. Sorry. Oh. Hey, guys. What are you going to do? You want to go outside and play? Go outside and play. Hey. Hey. Come on. Come on. Go on. Yeah, we had a dog fight here last week. My parents' dog was visiting, and I was an idiot, and I left the food on the floor, which I never do. And then Archie, who is the cutest dog, rescue dog, comes walking in, eating the food. I'm not paying attention. I'm on a live. And then Fabio comes in, and they start fighting. And for anybody that was on the live, they probably thought I was dying or something. It was pretty scary. And I ended up getting bit pretty bad. Oh, trigger warning. But yeah, it's still healing. Like it was pretty bad cut. And when it happened, I didn't know what had happened to my parents' dog because I had to separate them. And he ran, and it was just so scary. The whole thing was so scary. I was so worried that my parents' dog got bit so bad that he wouldn't make it. And I couldn't see him. He ran away. It's just a mess, guys. I kept standing up trying to like press end on the live stream because everyone's going through. And it was just crazy. But anyway, I'm doing better now. It wasn't the dog's fault. It was my fault because I should know better than to put the food out like that. So now we don't leave food out. We only feed them separately in the crates and stuff like that. But anyway, yes, in terms of like the mental health aspect and even just regular medical health, I really like shining lights on this stuff and exposing it for people and talking about it and things like that because, anybody that's been inside the medical system knows it's got flaws, and those flaws have gotten bigger since COVID. And, I think that educating people on this stuff first and foremost is the most helpful thing you can do, and then recognizing it for what it is. People feel so lonely when they're in this position. Imagine you go to a doctor and they just keep giving you pills. You don't feel like you're getting any compassion or empathy. It's not going to inspire life. You know what I mean? Yeah, what's it like there, Bones? Like how do they treat like a mother who kills a child? Are they automatically witch burn her, or are they like, wow, this postpartum period, women have issues during this time. We miss I'm not saying every woman who kills her kids gets a pass. Obviously not. That's deranged, okay? I'm just saying that postpartum, around the postpartum period, women are in precarious situations. It's just like when you're a kid and you're transitioning into your teen years, your hormones are popping off. Look at my hair. I have like my hair is so crazy today. Sorry, guys. No, we're not hating on anybody here, especially my Bonesy. We would never be hating on Bonesy. And by the way, not everybody has to feel the way I feel about this case. This is my perspective, having watched everything. If somebody thinks this woman's horrible, and deserves to die. I mean, that's certainly a take. I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to get mad about it. I just don't, you guys know, I just don't like the name calling and the nastiness. That's the part that, the world's sad enough. Some people are psychotic. And if we could just be nice in this space and talk and understand, try to understand each other, that's what we're looking for. A safe space, right? Not that I need one, but I think people should be able to talk freely about things and disagree. People are going to think it anyway, so you might as well let them say it. If you tell them not to say it, you're not going to know what's going on in their head. It's better off to listen, even if you disagree. If we could look through my cat's eyes right now, the world would be completely different. And yet me and her are in the same, we're sharing the same space. But look through her eyes, this whole room doesn't even look the same. It's a different reality. And we're humans and we're trying to understand each other. We end up getting mad at each other and accusing each other of all these things, which most aren't even true. They're just projections. And it's getting worse out here. People just have no patience to get to know someone, to give them a second chance. Discernment's really important right now, I think if there was a side effect, even no one had the same, I know no mother would end their child. That's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel, Bones. It's incomprehensible to me. Here's the thing, especially because Lindsay is if you look at her past, right? I could see if she had a history of being neglectful to her kids, or DCF was involved because she hurt them in some way in the past, or I don't know, but she doesn't have any of that. There's no trail of bad momness. All there is this woman. She was almost compulsive to a T. How many times, Maury, you see patients, how many times you ask a patient to do something? Nobody does it. Nobody does it. I don't do it. I'm a bad patient. Not Lindsay Clancy. She would write it down. She had a freaking book where she would write down the medicine, the day she took it, how she felt after she took it. Nobody does that. This girl did this. She was so obsessive compulsive in terms of organizing stuff. I'm not diagnosing. I'm just saying, look, anybody who has that kind of mind knows what I'm talking about. Mine's relaxed as I've gotten older, but when I was in my 20s, I was very compulsive. I was very obsessive. I had to do this. I had to run every day, and then I had to go to the gym, and I had to eat, and there was a time in my life where I was very rigid, very, very, and that was when I was in school too. And those traits can be helpful. I mean, everyone bashes OCD, but the disorder itself, no, you don't want the disorder because that disrupts your life, any disorder. But being obsessive and compulsive about certain things, many people that are successful are obsessive compulsive about certain things. You have to be. If you don't get anxious about not doing your work or finishing things, oftentimes you're not going to do it, right? So I understand that mindset she was in as well. And that's the part that breaks my heart the most, because she was a young mother living in this really nice New England town. She has a husband. They both have great paying jobs. They're well respected. They have all these friends in the community. And, it's the whole keeping up with the Joneses mentality. I'm not saying I was one of those people I have to have this because my neighbor does, but I understand that time in my life, in my 20s, where I was trying to build something for myself, with my husband. I was trying to make something for myself. And, there were certain things I wanted. I wanted a house. It was crazy. I don't have the same desires as I did back then. I've relaxed a lot of things because you realize what's important in life. But when you're in your 20s in New England, that I was that person like Lindsay. So I remember I was trying to, right after my first child, I started exercising again too. Now, it wasn't right after, but I would say about a month after. and I wanted to make sure my kids had, you're sitting there, okay, what's the best practices? What are the best foods? I'm breastfeeding. I have to go back to work. Then you have to pump and dump. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's beautiful and it's wonderful. But as a woman, leaving your child to someone else's care when you go back to work is traumatic. In my opinion, it's traumatic. Now, not every woman feel that way, I'm sure. But for me, I did not want to go back to work. I did go back to work because I needed to. I was an earner as well for the mortgage, And after my second child, I thought we talked about just part-time. It didn't work out that way. I don't want to get into it. But the point I'm trying to make is, as a mother, it is very difficult to leave your child in the care of someone else. And I don't think it's a natural thing to do to begin with, right? I just don't think. Thanks, Maury. I so appreciate you being here. I really do. Exactly. I just feel I'm so heartbroken for this woman. I'm so heartbroken for her. Like, there's nothing more you can take from her. And her husband remarried, which is his right to do. I don't hate him for it. And I am going to do a whole video on Patrick Clancy because people, Bonesy, more, you guys know, okay? People are conspiratorial minded. Like us, we're very conspiracy minded, right? However, because we see the patterns and stuff. There are people that are blaming Patrick for this. And I have to do a video to show them why I think they're wrong. Not because I think I'm better or I know something different. It's just I think they're taking the wrong thing from this case, and they're not realizing that the mental health aspect is what really matters here. Patrick, as much as Patrick may have been checked out of the marriage, maybe he even moved on faster than we would like. It's not our business. But logically speaking, it doesn't make any sense that Patrick did this. Like, there's nothing there, in my opinion. Yeah, there's some things he did that are a little bit unusual, but nothing that I think warrants, pointing a finger at him, especially when we have a trial and the cops haven't, pointed to him at all. It doesn't make any sense, the whole thing. The other thing that's really bad is these prosecutors. The prosecutors are, these prosecutors are something else, man. I feel like they just walked off the shining elevator with their bows on. All right, what's going on? Let's see. Hold on. Just want to make sure it hasn't started yet here.
I saw the thinning on the top. I was like, what? I knew that Nutrafol was working because I was.
Okay, so it still hasn't started. Just waiting. All right, sorry guys. Let me pull this up here. Whoops, I just took it right out. 1 second. I'm so happy Bones is here. All right, let's see here. All right, let's add it. Here we go. All right, guys, we're just waiting for court to start. No, nothing can fix it for her now. There's nothing you can do now. It's too late. Like, there was an opportunity. It's all lost now. Like, this is the biggest heartbreak tragedy you could experience, And it reminds me so much of a witch trial. Massachusetts is really, really going backwards. I feel like Lindsay Clancy, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and Karen Reed are like reincarnated witches. I mean, the way that they are trying these women and falsely accusing them back in the day, and they almost remind me of like their names are very sort of like British sounding or English sounding. I feel like Kelsey Fitzsimmons, that's Irish, I think, right? Fitzsimmons. Karen Reed is very English sounding, I think. And then Lindsay Clancy. Clancy, is that Irish? Either way, they could have lived in New England in the 1700s, you know? I feel like they're going to get a scale out and they're going to have Lindsay, have to get on the scale. And then on the other scale, they're going to put a bird and see who weighs more. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what the prosecutors are going to want to do at the end of this case. And then the judge cracks me up because the judge is totally Judge Piccoli. No, I have not seen the court, and don't be sorry because I am always late. So, no, I have not seen. It says it's on a short break. I don't know if they came in and then did another break. You know what I mean? But I haven't seen anything yet. So, but thanks for being here. If you're here. It's a recess because each juror was brought in and interviewed by judge at the sidebar. Ooh, okay. What's up with that? What's up with that? So let's talk about some of the medications in the meantime that if you guys have any questions about anything or you have any opinions, want to share about the case, please feel free to put in the comments. We don't attack people here. We understand there's other perspectives. And so please feel free to say things in the chat. The only thing that I ask is, just be respectful, no name calling, right? You can attack the idea, not the person. That's all. I've looked at the comment section in some of these chats. It's awful what some people say. I'm glad to read what they're saying though, because that's how they feel. But it's shocking to me the division this case has brought out. Some people are just like, she's evil, kill her. And it's like, wow, okay, we haven't gotten much further from the Salem witch trials, have we? And then there's other people who think Patrick did it, which is the most wild theory out there. And then there's people who are framing it in the mental health perspective, and that's the person I am. I'm framing this. My frame for this case is all about mental health. In my opinion, that's what matters most in this case, is how she was treated in the mental health system, how she was, if you look at it, given standard of care. It's like you can't pinpoint one thing. Like, did this person do what they were supposed to? Yes, but they still didn't do the right thing. You can't just keep checking off boxes and expecting that that's medicine. That's not how we care for people, right? When you walk into the doctor and half the time they're not even looking at you because they're filling out some form on the computer. Check. Oh, do you feel like hurting yourself? You do? Well, do you have a plan? No? Okay. Passive suicidal ideation. I mean, okay, so technically she doesn't have a plan. But if you look, every time she comes in, she says she's suicidal. Don't you think that makes a difference? I do. That's where like a human brain comes in. That's where a person with compassion comes in and says, oh, I'm going to connect the dots here. This girl's in big trouble. That didn't happen for her. It was like they just wanted to keep checking off the dots. Here you go. Try this one. Okay, here, try that one. 17 minutes. The psychiatrist documented. We talked about this on one of my lives, I think, when I was up there. I don't remember. But Dr. Tufts, very interesting how she wrote down, she performed therapy. Oops, here we go, guys.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
This is Judge Coley.
Bring it in.
He's a surfer judge, dude. Are you guys gonna be okay? Like, have you guys thought about anything? Okay, guys. This guy definitely played football. He's got bow legs. Sorry, I'll be quiet. What up, Random Phil? Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, Dolly.
All rise, please.
She looks more alert today than she has. But you can tell by her eyes and her facial expressions. That's dopamine. That's usually an antipsychotic.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now in session. Please be seated.
No.
Yes.
Before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial matter Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hutton.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. I know I just spoke to you probably about 10 minutes ago. But again, I want to ask you those questions, then we'll talk a little bit about what our schedule is today. And
like, tell me this guy doesn't like sound like a surfer dude. Yo, like Judge Coley's just going to ask you a few questions, dudes. And then he's going to hit his bong around 11.
For the rest of the
Sorry. Whoops. Sorry.
week. All right. So first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to our schedule today, you're allowed to kind of roll your eyes because I'm going to say we're going to have kind of a short day today. All right. And that is, as I talked to you yesterday about an issue that has nothing to do with any of the attorneys in this case. All right. It's just something we're going to work out and anticipate it will be worked out so that tomorrow you should count on a lengthier day. All right. I've talked to counsel earlier this morning in regards to where we are in regards to the schedule and the timeline. We are still, if not on schedule, still ahead of schedule. All right. And this delay that we may have a little bit this afternoon won't affect that. All right. So I just kind of wanted to let you know that I appreciate it. I know you came in here this morning. It's going to be a short day, but also gear up for a longer day tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, the other thing is I told you it's got nothing to do with any of the attorneys, but it's also or the parties. So you're not to speculate about what this might be. It's also you're not to hold it against either of the parties in regards to this. All right. If you're going to hold it against anybody, you can hold it against me. All right. So with that, we're going to return now to the evidence in this case. And Attorney Reddington.
Okay, so I just want to pause it there for a minute because I was in that courtroom last week. Hold on. And the people in the front sorry, I don't want to make it blurred. I'll do it at a break. I'll show you guys.
Sheila Kavanaugh, please.
Thanks for being here with me, guys. I appreciate you listening with me.
Good morning. Just case, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand.
Declare that the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will be not only between the Commonwealth and the Federal Government, with the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Just watch your step right
All right, well, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, I just ask you to speak into that microphone and keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Sheila Kavanaugh, Cavanaughh.
And what town do you live in?
I live in the town of Belmont, Massachusetts.
And what are you doing for work now?
I am a board certified chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
And I didn't know that there were board certified chaplains. What does that mean?
Well, to become board certified, you need minimally a master's degree in theology or divinity. You need to complete 1,600 hours of training post your master's degree. 1,200 of those hours are occur in a clinical setting, and 400 of those hours are in a classroom setting where we study various disciplines: psychology, sociology, philosophy, theology, and ethics. Beyond that training, we need to acquire 2,000 hours of additional clinical training before we can even apply for board certification. And we have to demonstrate mastery of 30 competencies before we go to a national board, and they make the assessment. I also need an ecclesiastical endorsement, and in my case, that was from the Archdiocese of Boston, from Cardinal Sean O'Malley.
And before you obtained the board certification in your education to allow you to be a chaplain, what did you do for work?
Prior to becoming a chaplain, which is a second career for me, I was a senior vice president at Fidelity Investments in Boston.
And how long were you senior VP at Fidelity?
16 years.
And are you married?
I am.
You have a family?
I do. My husband and I are the parents of 4 adopted children. When I was pursuing my master's degree at Boston College, it was a 3-year master's, but it took me 5 years because we adopted our 4th child while I was in graduate school. She was a 14-year-old girl from Bogota, Colombia.
And how long have you been working now as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
7 years.
In the course of your duties as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital, did circumstances bring you in contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell the jurors what happened?
I arrived on the morning of Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. I arrived at approximately 8:30 that morning because I was there to relieve the overnight chaplain who was carrying the pager. I was taking over the pager shift, which went from 9 to 1 p.m., although I was working a full day. When I arrived that morning, she said to me, "Did you hear the news?" And
So
Sustain.
Okay.
So you can't, you got to object, so you can't say what someone told you, okay? That's called hearsay?
Okay.
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 So I can say, as a result of the conversation with that person, what happened?
I was summoned to the director of spiritual care's office.
Did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
All right. And as a result of that conversation, what did you do?
I went to Unit 8C in the Tower building of Brigham to meet with Lindsay Clancy.
And what time of day was this?
Roughly between 8:30 and 9:30 that morning.
And when you went in to see Lindsay, what did you observe?
Well, the unit itself was filled with law enforcement officers, both outside the doors of the unit. There was Brigham security, but the unit itself was flooded. There were people from Plymouth County, Boston City Police, Brigham Security. So I had to make my way through concentric circles of law enforcement to even get to the room. I was permitted to see Lindsay, although she could not speak at that time.
And what was her condition that you observed?
She was dressed in medical armor. She had tubes. She was intubated. She had bandages. She had a neck brace. She was just covered and layered in equipment that enabled her to breathe.
I'm showing you Exhibit 121 and asking, this may be South Shore, or it could be Brigham and Women's, but is this indicative of what she appeared to be when you first saw her?
That looks like it's from South Shore because when, yes.
Does she have the same?
Similar.
Very similar?
Very similar.
Like that?
Yes, very similar.
Did you see her again on another date?
I did. I saw her the next day. Again, she could not speak. She was intubated as well. That was the first week that she was hospitalized.
When was the next time that you saw her?
The next time I saw her was the following week. I have a calendar here of my visits. I saw her on Tuesday, January 31st, and she had been extubated at that point so she could speak.
So the tube had been removed. She was able to communicate, and that was on January 31st?
I believe she was extubated the weekend of the 28th, but I didn't work that weekend, so I saw her on Tuesday, the 31st.
All right. Tell the jurors what you observed and what, if any, conversation you had with Lindsay on the 31st. And let me ask you, how long had it been that they removed the tube?
Perhaps a day or two.
A day or two, okay. Tell the jurors what she said to you.
She continued to look like the photograph you just saw. She was covered, tubes everywhere, the neck brace. Her emotional state was very neutral, a flat affect. But I remember vividly the first thing she said to me. Now, she had heard me for a couple of days. We had been praying together. And so when I went in on Tuesday, the 31st, she said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe."
Was there any other conversation that you had with her?
I replied theologically to Lindsay and I said, "Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God." And I held her hand throughout that conversation and we prayed for them.
Did she make any other statements to you?
She did. She alluded to having heard a voice. And the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe.
And did she indicate whether it was a male voice, a female voice, loud, soft?
She alluded to the fact that it was a male voice and it was persistent.
Any further conversation that you recall about that, not about general things, you know?
That came up several times. I visited Lindsay minimally 14 times while she was hospitalized at the Brigham. And the voice conversation came up several times during several of our visits.
Now, after Lindsay was transferred or cleared to go from Brigham and Women's Hospital, did she go to another facility?
She did. She went to Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital.
And do you know when that was?
That was roughly late February, perhaps around the 23rd.
And did you continue to see Lindsay at Spalding Rehab?
I did.
You know when she left Spalding Rehab?
In the late March, early April time frame, perhaps.
Okay. Now, Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the same umbrella of hospitals, is that right?
They are. So Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the Mass General Brigham complex. So for me to visit Lindsay in Spalding, I was still within the same hospital complex, and her psychiatrist at Spalding, as well as the chaplains, advised me to continue.
You can't say what anybody told you.
Oh,
So when she was discharged from Spalding Rehab, where did she go?
she went to Tewksbury State Hospital.
And fair to say that that would be back around February. What's been a little more than 3 years, 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, when you saw her in Spalding Rehab and in Brigham and Women's, you were acting in the course of your job. Is that right?
That's correct.
You're being compensated, you're getting your paycheck and that type of thing.
Yes.
How many times have you seen Lindsay at Tewksbury Hospital?
Perhaps 200 times.
Tell the jury why you continue to see her for 200.
Sustained.
So can you tell us how often on a weekly basis you would see her at Tewksbury?
Yes. When Lindsay was admitted to Tewksbury State Hospital, I continued to see her on a weekly basis. We had built up a very comfortable, respectful rapport, and I felt it was in her best interest to continue that as she healed. She was still in deep grief. She was suffering.
Sustained. Right.
So
that opinion be stricken.
So did she express anything about her children and their loss over that period of 200 times that you saw her thereabouts in Tewksbury?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Yes.
Other jurors?
Lindsay talks frequently about her children. She loves them deeply. She carries immense grief.
Objection.
Overruled. Next question.
And has that continued to your observation?
It continues presently.
When was the last time that you saw Lindsay in Tewksbury?
Just prior to the trial starting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning.
Good morning.
You were talking about on January 25th, 2023, when you first saw Lindsay in direct examination, and you said that there were a lot of police officers in the area, correct?
Correct.
But you mentioned that some of them were security personnel from the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that the security personnel for the hospital don't work for the state police, the Duxbury Police, or the Plymouth County DA's office, correct?
Correct.
So they're separate and apart from law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And then are you also aware that on January 25th, 2023, there was a search warrant being executed to collect evidence from the defendant and from the belongings that she had at the hospital?
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that that collection of the search warrant required state police and personnel from the crime lab to be present for the collection of evidence?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that following that, at any given time, there were only 2 officers, either Duxbury Police, State Police, or Plymouth County Sheriffs at her room, the defendant's room, at any given time?
I do recall that.
And they were stationed outside of her room, correct, in the hallway?
Yes.
So that the only time you saw this large amount of officers present was on the 25th, when there were security from the hospital and search warrants being executed, correct?
Perhaps.
Now, you mentioned that on January 31st, 2023, you spoke to the defendant and she told you that she heard a voice telling her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe, correct?
Correct.
You wrote very detailed notes that are contained in the Brigham and Women's Hospital records regarding your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And in all of these notes that detail every time you interacted with her, you never once wrote that she told you she heard a voice or what that voice said, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that this voice, talking about the voice, came up in several of your meetings, correct?
Correct.
And you never once wrote about any of it in any of your very detailed notes, correct?
Well, chaplain notes are not verbatim transcripts of patient conversations. I'm not there to evaluate the patient. I'm there to bear witness to their suffering.
Okay, but the question was, you did not document those statements in your notes, correct?
Correct.
But you did document some other statements in those notes, correct?
Perhaps.
For example, on February 6th, 2023, in a note that you wrote regarding your interaction with the defendant, you said that, or you wrote, Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again, end quote. She continued to express her fears of how her inability to walk may make her vulnerable to others in the future. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 9th, 2023, that the defendant was sitting in a chair adjacent to her bed and appeared to be visibly engaged, energized, and hopeful than in previous visits? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also wrote in that note, Lindsay spoke hopefully of being discharged when the time arrives to Spalding, correct?
Correct.
And then in February 13th, 2023, you wrote in your note that Lindsay also expressed hopefulness in relation to her physical progress. She feels she has gained considerable physical strength and agility despite an inability to move her legs. She admitted that she feels, quote, deserving of this, end quote, in light of recent events. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
Do you remember on February 16th, 2023, that you wrote in a note that the defendant expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted that she would be cared for in a facility with an excellent reputation?
Yes.
What does that prove? What does that prove, lady?
Do you recall writing on February 16th, 2023, that Paula, the defendant's mother, and Lindsay, the defendant, were playing a card game as they communed quietly, and that Lindsay expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted?
Yes.
And again, you've got all these details about her feelings and her thoughts and what she's doing, but nothing about the voices that you spoke of so many times.
I can't stand this ADA. So does she think that the chaplain is covering for Lindsay too? This woman who dedicated her life, you know what I mean? This woman dedicated her life to like helping people, you know, with their spirituality and stuff. And now she's making this woman out to be like it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Correct.
Exactly.
Correct.
And speaking of Spalding, you continued to visit her at Spalding, correct?
Yes.
In those conversations with her at Spalding, did she tell you that how in those first weeks at Spalding, that part of her physical therapy, she was working out with the yellow exercise band? No?
I don't.
Okay, weirdo. I just can't with this woman with the ADA. What do you guys think about this?
Recall her telling me that.
Did she tell you that during that time at Spalding, she reached out to a social worker there and asked for help filling out SSDI paperwork to get an income?
That would be beyond the scope of our conversation.
She didn't tell you those things?
No.
Thank you.
So, counsel has asked you about her filling out a form for SSDI. Were you aware of what expenses her family were incurring as a result of her physical incapacity, paralysis, and being in the hospital?
From my experience with thousands of patients, I had a very clear idea of the enormous expense.
There's a difference between, as the district attorney very appropriately referred to, that your comments were about her thoughts and her appearance and her feelings. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's a difference, however, between privileged communications with a chaplain and observations of a person's feelings and thoughts, correct?
Correct.
Tell the jury what effect privileged communication has when someone talks to you personally as a chaplain.
Because I'm not a medically trained clinician, I approach patients in a vortex of trust. Some of our chaplains at the Brigham are ordained clergy. And so there's this understanding that when a
Y'all, you can get 30% off your first order right now with 1-800-CONTACTS. I ordered my brand of
potential.
Do you put them in medical records?
No.
The words, like Lindsay indicated that she felt uplifted, I think the council read that twice. Were those your notes, or is that what she said to you? Did she say, I feel uplifted, or is that
That
your
was my
observation?
perception of Lindsay. It was not her words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Como?
You said you're not allowed to put the defendant's words in your medical records. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It's not that I'm not allowed. It's an understanding, and it's a conversation that's held in confidence with the patient.
Then why are there direct quotes in these medical records from the defendant?
Well, they're not verbatim transcripts.
No, not a transcript of the whole conversation, but you put phrases in quotes. For example, on February 6, 2023, where it says Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again. So those were her words in your note, in quotes, in the medical record, correct?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
I use my best judgment.
Okay. I would move to have these submitted as the next exhibit, the notes of the witness in her interactions with Ms. Clancy at the Brigham and Women's.
Any objection? No. All right. They may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Sorry.
Mr. Reddington, go ahead.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. All right, counsel, can I see it?
Thanks for stopping by, Bones. Love you too, girl. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Wow, so they're having another sidebar. I mean, they have more sidebars than the Karen Reed trial, guys. Do you guys remember the sidebars of Karen Reed? This is what we used to see the whole time. Remember this? The Eternal Fan. What are they doing now? The Only Fan. Here's another one. I did this for a sidebar too. Wait, yeah, this one's funny too. I did this one all the time back then. Sidebar. I'm going to make a sidebar for this judge, and he's going to be hitting his bong. Right. I think this bar, they're not drinking in this court. They got a bong in the back. Well, we were talking about this yesterday. The judge has like one of those huge bongs from the floor. He just sits at his desk and he rips off a couple big hits from the bong. So that's what Judge Spigoli's doing right now. And, Reddington, he's in some type of a yoga pose, but, really getting his inner Jedi, focus going. Any day now they will start. Sidebar, exactly. That's what I heard too, and I'm not sure. Yeah, there were. I forget. Is that true? Like, is it from? I believe you. It's just sometimes they spread rumors and stuff, but it would make sense that they want Patrick back up. But I'm curious what kind of questions they're going to ask. Hey, what are you doing? Come on, in the green. In the green. In the green. Lay down. Stay right there. Stay right there. Okay. Okay. You know, I kind of want to go back and listen to the opening statements because I did not see them in this case. I missed the opening statements. Oops, here we go.
Right, and I appreciate your patience with us. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9.
Oh, wow.
Okay? Same instructions. And that includes reading anything, talking about this case, watching anything. Just don't do it. All right. And when you leave here today, just drive, go home, wherever you're going to go, and plan on being back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The plan would be that it will be it will be a longer day than today. I appreciate you coming in here today. We moved the case a little bit today, and I appreciate that. So we're able to do that. So I hope everybody has a nice afternoon and evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning for a longer day. And just remember those instructions from the moment you leave to the moment you come here tomorrow. Okay? Again, thank you so much.
Wow. Wow. That's it, guys. That's it for today. That's crazy. That is it for today. They just had the one witness, as far as I could see, the chaplain.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll take a short break at this point. We'll come back. We'll do kind of a preliminary charge conference. We're going to just, I know council knows, but for everybody else, discuss possible jury instructions, suggestions from council. Then we can talk about any logistical issues that we have for tomorrow. And then we'll probably recess at that point. All right. So this will be a short recess and we'll come back up. Thank you.
All right.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so it sounds like they're going to come back after a recess. The judge has to go rip a few bong hits, and then court will resume. So I'm going to pull up the original. I'm going to pull up the opening, guys. Let's go. I missed the opening in this case, so I will keep an eye, or if you guys keep an eye on when it comes back. And in the meantime, let's watch something else so we're not sitting here. I just want to see Lindsay, Clancy, opening statements. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3. A boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling, with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. The defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora in her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal.
Everyone in my mom group keeps talking about the Skylight calendar, and for a mama, a very energetic and inventive.
You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout 3V, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the PDLX. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground.
You, your team, and your agents are working together on Monday.com's AI.
Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, I need to find my kids. He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, he killed the kids. Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital, and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children.
Thanks, Mike.
See you next month.
So you can get these delivered? It's literally water.com.
Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her, and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, She made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life.
Patricia Heaton looks great at 67, and she's finally sharing how. Regular milk or oat milk?
Oh, regular milk, but only casein A2.
Cashews or almonds?
Almond, peeled.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences.
If you start calisthenics on August 24th, you'll be unrecognizable by mid-September. We made the plan, you just show up. We start on Monday, August 24th. 15 minutes of calisthenics for men every day. No gym membership, no equipment.
At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do.
Wow, that was pretty. That's a crazy theory they put forth there. And a very dangerous one as well. She's making a lot of assumptions, and I haven't seen her prove any of those. They did not live up to the opening statement at all, in my opinion. All right, let's see what Reddington says. I'm keeping an eye on court. They're not back yet, so.
Your Honor, I might use the easel. May it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to? Normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial. Certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government and she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time.
Oh,
Common
wow.
sense, you bring your life experience to this trial, you render a verdict. And as jurors, experiences, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what is told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children.
Wow.
We'll sit here, listen to their evidence. But I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily, you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And, you know, people say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, and it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you'll be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, and were working in Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of, he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through.
Websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2. All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly.
He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife. The wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum.
Interesting he says that because he's saying he doesn't need to testify, but he's bringing him back apparently to question him from their perspective, which I believe, like you said, Lisa, if you're here, she was saying that's what the holdup is the past 2 days is Patrick. So I don't know. That's wild if that's the truth.
You can hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy, lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of a case to show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times you heard she faked the suicide, little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches, you'll hear stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. And she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement, and that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of the full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the...
This first day in particular, if you watch Lindsay's expressions here, you're going to see her mouth moving and her eyes. It looks like she has nystagmus, and it also looks like she's got some of that motor issue that you get when you're on an antipsychotic. I have a feeling she's pretty drugged up the first few days of the trial, which would make sense. But toward this last day today, she looks much more alert. So I don't know. Go ahead and look at her face. Maybe you'll see what I'm talking about. I know I'd have to be drugged up like that. My God.
Kitchen that she had taken. When she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Big suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. The knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying because kids. You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before, and she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids.
So sad.
See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months.
I mean, she did like 3 things to try to kill herself, right? Like not just one. Like she crushes up a bunch of pills, which her labs revealed high levels of quetiapine, I think, which is the Seroquel, if I remember correctly. She crushed up a bunch of pills. She takes a knife, she slices her throat and her wrist. Granted, it's not in areas where it's going to make you bleed a lot, but she clearly wanted to kill herself and was like having trouble. If she had a gun, she probably would have shot herself, honestly, but she didn't. So she came up with this other crazy way. But she used like 3 methods to try to kill herself, but it wasn't successful. So she must have been faking it. That's a dangerous line of thinking that these witches are coming up with for this. That's ridiculous.
More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide, speculation by the police.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has different opinions on it. You know, it's really just what your experience has been and how you hear what these people are saying. Yeah, it's interesting, right?
You'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence.
Yeah, that
she
definitely
flung
did not happen.
and threw herself out the window,
Yeah,
striking her head
that's not how that happened.
on the ground,
Definitely not.
full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. She's paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room, the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said, that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist.
AI agents. Well, hey, don't be scared. Here's how Monday.com makes agents clear, easy, and user-friendly.
Hey, guys.
Dr. Zeisel into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest, and will suggest, that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works in Brigham and Women's Hospital. So Lindsay, as soon as she came out of her coma, she is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the open, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, and she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that.
Yeah, I really didn't like that trope either. It's such a common trope, the doctor shopping and the pill seeker. And, you know, that was, in my opinion, that was not very ethical because that's not what Lindsay Clancy was doing. She was not doctor shopping. She was not drug seeking. None of the medicine she got outside of benzos, fine, but she was terrified she'd get addicted. Seroquel doesn't have street value. You're not going to get money on the street for Zoloft. So that's your clue that it's not a drug that people come in the office jonesing for, you know? And the doctor shopping, I also resent that trope being thrown out here. Yes, people doctor shop, but that's not what Lindsay Clancy was doing, in my opinion, in this case, just from a medical perspective. She was screaming for help, and nobody was really getting what she was saying.
She went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky. As time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs.
If you start calisthenics on August 24th, you'll be unrecognizable by October. On Monday, August 24th, we're starting the calisthenics challenge for...
We don't need
She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby or anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer. Took the Zoloft. It was spun out of control. All because we didn't hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government...
Give us a warning next time they're going to have somebody... Hey, what are you doing? Want to go outside? Go ahead. You need to warn us if they're going to have some, like, booty shots. I mean, what the heck, guys? Sorry about that. That's weird.
Says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them. We're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother. People that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids, will indicate what kind of a mother she was. As will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government latches onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicated her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And the government will say, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science.
Did you see her mouth movement, guys? Hi, Leanie. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not pointing this out, by the way, as I'm not trying to like shame people. I'm trying to teach you guys something. I want you to see Lindsay's mouth movements here. If you see those kind of mouth movements, you can't exactly say that means they're on an antipsychotic. However, in this particular instance, I'd bet money she's on antipsychotic. So watch her mouth. All right, I'm going to show you. We're going to rewind it. I'm going to minimize.
And they were actually having a good time. She wasn't, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And the government will say, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the
you see her mouth?
Kids at the Museum of Science. And they were actually having.
I think they have her sedated pretty well. I would imagine they would need to sedate her quite a bit. And like I said, throughout the trial, I feel like I've been watching her facial expressions and stuff. Yes, exactly. And they call them extrapyramidal signs, EPS. Sometimes they can give you an anticholinergic to combat it, but I think they need to sedate her for this. But she's been looking a lot more alert.
a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see September 12th of 22. She looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft.
How are you finding the time to send over all these meeting notes?
I got a secret. I've been using granola.
What is granola?
So it's an AI.
November 16th, she goes to the Social Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feelings. She was a robot. She went to Social Hospital. She was referred and engaged with social.
How many people do you know that have been on one of these types of medicines, SSRIs or something, who says they feel like a robot or they don't feel like themselves again, or they don't feel like themselves? I'm sorry. Now, some people take this medicine, they're like, wow, I feel better. I'm not saying all the medicine is bad, but I do think it tends to be overprescribed and not followed up on as it should.
Perinatal behavioral health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you got to go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence. Do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, impossible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams. November 30th, December 6th, diazepam 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam 5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st.
I wish I could get a copy of that chalk. I'd really like to break down all those medicines and visits. I really would like to get a copy of that. I wonder if they zoom in on it. All right. It's crazy.
22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do a day program or you can go to this fantastic program down.
And here's the thing, that thing right there, random filth can tell you, that's not uncommon. Like that happens. That's the norm. This is not the exception. What's happening here is the norm. It's actually standard of care. some of them drop the ball, you know, and they're being sued, but I'm just saying it's not like this is unusual. I'm like, oh yeah, that I totally see what the psychiatrist did there. Like, you know how many people do stuff like that? The problem is she's suicidal this whole time. Everywhere she goes, she's telling people she's suicidal.
Rhode Island, called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to the Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk.
A lot of apps have added a voice option lately. They hear you, but none of them actually listen. Watch me compare what I say to what we...
And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear because the medications can be affecting. She was there for a day, one day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now she goes through the period of time in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 5 days, 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. Doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. If you look at the medical records, you'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared it. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare.
Oh,
During this period of time, January 9th, back to...
All right, we're going to... Words back, hold on.
Instructions. And what I would generally do is after we have the discussion is then kind of distribute a draft to council so we could have a more focused charge conference next day or so. But I just kind of wanted to get everybody's thoughts or kind of suggestions that they would be seeking the court to instruct the jury on. So kind of what I'll be using will be the model jury instructions, generally the model jury instructions from the March 2026, the latest suggestions from the SJC. And so Commonwealth, let me kind of hear what your thoughts are, and then I'll hear from the defendant.
So for individual instructions, we have listed opinion testimony, prior inconsistent and prior consistent statements, redactions. I don't think there are too many, but there were some on the death certificates, stipulations, and consciousness of guilt instruction. In terms of what we're looking for for the charges, we'd be looking for an instruction on first and second, with the theories of first being both deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. In terms of the criminal responsibility instruction, we're asking that the instruction regarding intoxication not be given, because from our perspective, there's been no evidence of intoxication by drugs and/or alcohol during the killings. There's testimony, and I think there'll be more testimony about the defendant taking pills after killing the children, and before killing the children, she was on low-dose prescription 10 milligrams of amitriptyline that was recently increased to 20 milligrams, but there's no real evidence of whether or not she actually increased that dose. And then it was a low dose of trazodone and a low dose of, I believe, Valium. So those were prescribed medications that she had reported no side effects from. And I believe in the text with her mother, she said that she was still waiting to actually feel effects from those. So there's no evidence of intoxication from those drugs. And then the only intoxication potentially could be when she took pills after killing the children. And even those amounts from the toxicology are low-level amounts. So we're asking that the instruction on intoxication not be given.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask the defendant as well, because I did read through those. And I was trying to find the definition of intoxication as it applies in the homicide instructions. Most of the cases that I was able to find so far is the dealing with the OUI statute, Chapter 90, and trying to find the real definition in regards to that. Is it the Commonwealth's position that the intoxication is beyond what was the considered effect of the drugs? Because if you know what I'm saying, so if she takes, if a defendant, I don't mean to personalize it, if a defendant takes prescription drugs and it does create some effect, would that be considered intoxicated for the instruction?
I don't believe so. I think in the instructions it talks about having being intoxicated to the point where it affects your state of mind or ability to control yourself. I think intoxication, especially where there's not a specific definition given in the homicide instructions, I think you go to the general definition of intoxication, which would not just be taking medication as prescribed, but it would be over taking medication or combining with alcohol or other drugs. Is similar to the instructions in OUIs, operating under the influence of alcohol or drugs. I think you would have to go to that definition or to the general definition of intoxication if it's not specifically defined in the instructions. And I think the general definition of intoxication is taking some type of substance, either alcohol, drugs, medication, in excess and to the point where it's affecting your ability to think and to act and to control your behavior.
All right. All right. Anything? So I've got opinion, prior, consistent, prior, inconsistent, redaction, stipulations, consciousness of guilt, first, second, extreme atrocity, deliberate premeditation, and the criminal responsibilities without the subparagraph, the paragraph regarding intoxication.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington?
I don't know if the government has been listening to the same evidence in this case. This is clearly an involuntary intoxication defense, at least as far as the judge's charge to the jury, based upon the evidence that's been presented, whether or not it's what we would argue is the over prescription of the medications, whether or not it's the side effects of the medications, whether or not it's the titration or the termination or the immediate cessation of the medications against what normal medical advice would be. All of those factors contribute to the state of mind of Ms. Clancy that was expressed to a lot of people, family members, people that knew her. She had indicated, I think Your Honor knows the evidence, repeatedly indicated that she was affected by the benzos. She was felt that she was being addicted to the benzos, trying to get off the benzos. She indicated that the sertraline was obviously killing her as far as going from 25 to 50 milligrams. And then subsequent to that, when there's additional SSRIs prescribed, to suggest that there's no basis to give the jury the instruction, they may determine based on the evidence that is as a result of the involuntary intoxication from narcotics, not alcohol, obviously, from the prescribed narcotics, not illegal drugs. So from the prescription drugs, that's on all fours with a valid defense that they should be instructed as it relates to involuntary intoxication. I think it's the model jury instructions on criminal responsibility. Obviously, if there's any nuances that I would pick up, I would bring that to the court's attention. But I have tried murder case recently with the model jury instructions, and my memory is that I was pretty satisfied. It was Judge O'Shea, I think, actually in this courtroom a year ago, and I was satisfied with the instructions on lack of criminal responsibility. I would, at some point, ask the court to charge on involuntary manslaughter. I'd ask the court to charge on wanton conduct, with a component of the impact of the intoxication. So you can't try this case in a vacuum. You can't present the case to the jury. I know the government would like to present the case only on cruelty and atrocity. They probably don't like the statute that allows a jury to determine the degree of murder, which would be first and second. But I think that the evidence is such that a jury should have the option of considering whether or not we're talking about involuntary manslaughter based upon the evidence that's permitted. So I would defer to the court on the instructions on cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice of forethought, second degree malice. I would ask the court to consider instructing on.
With Get Covered New Jersey, you can find quality health plans that fit your life. If you've had a major life event like...
That's what I can think of.
All right. Yeah, counsel.
Thank you. Commonwealth did request first and second degree instructions. It's our position that involuntary manslaughter wouldn't apply here. The evidence is that there was a specific intent to cause the death. So there's nothing that I can think of in the involuntary instruction that would apply here. Going back to the intoxication just for a moment.
Sure.
All of the medications, most of the medications that defense counsel talked about that the defendant was having reactions to and side effects from were before her hospitalization at McLean Hospital. And she was weaned off of that last one, the Seroquel, that while she was in McLean Hospital. And then she was without those medications and they're out of her system for 3 weeks. And she's just on those other 3 medications. So the intoxication that matters is not what happened in the fall and before McLean, it's what happened on the day of the incident. It's similar if it's an OUI, it doesn't matter if you were drunk in November, it matters if you're drunk on the date of the incident. So what matters here is that January 24th, 2023, and those other drugs and the effects that they caused to her aren't relevant to what happened on that day as they've been out of her system for at least 3 weeks at that point.
All right. So the Commonwealth's position would be that the relevant analysis is what she was taking on or around that January 24th?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Sure.
It occurred to me, again, as I said, it's only fresh in my mind from the case I had here last year. I know the model jury instructions indicate, and I'm trying to find it in here, that there's supposed to be consideration of a chalk for the court to write out the elements of the offense of first degree murder, cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice of forethought, etc. And I would ask that you not do that. I don't think that it's appropriate. I think it highlights, if you will, in simplistic terms, premeditated malice of forethought. I think you and I, we just had a murder case last year on another matter. And I mean, I heard your instructions. You're very forceful with the elements of the offense. And I just don't think we need to have this appendix or whatever you want to call it. And again, I did object to that with the Judge O'Shea. We did not submit the instruction list, cookbook, or whatever you want to call it, to the jury. So I think that the court's instructions would be sufficient. I would not want to have that chalk that is referenced in the model instructions. That's discretionary. It's not obligated. They just say that it might be helpful for the court to give the jury some type of a checklist, but I don't think we should reduce instructions on a murder case to a checklist. And I'm just afraid that what happens is that jurors then take the checklist, as it were, and they kind of look at it or consider it, and they just do exactly that. It's a checklist. So I would ask that you not do that.
All right, just so counsel, my general practice is not to have that kind of list. I generally don't, but I also generally will provide a copy of the instructions to each juror. So they'll have their own full copy and they can follow along because the three of you know they're lengthy and kind of dry. So they'll have those with them. But I'll like I said, I generally don't do that chart. All right. So anything else in regards to the instructions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So my plan would be to have at least a rough draft available for counsel tomorrow. So you at least have that. And depending on the timing and where we go in regards to the actual closings, we'll have the opportunity for you to review those, go over the draft, and then any kind of objections or suggestions you want to make, we'll have a chance to do that. But so you'll have, again, it's a rough draft. That's all I can tell you. And nothing's in stone, but at least give you an idea kind of where I'm coming from.
Do you think, logistically, Your Honor, that with the presentation of Dr. Resnick and then the government having their 3 doctors, hopefully we finish the evidence tomorrow, we would be closing Monday?
I would expect either Monday or Tuesday. I mean, if the parties may need, I'll leave, we could talk about that. But, my old experience, there's been a lot of evidence and there's a lot of witnesses. And so if the parties feel that they need like a day to kind of marshal their thoughts, we could talk about that. So either probably Monday or Tuesday. We could talk about that tomorrow. All right. All right. Anything else we need to address, you think?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And so tomorrow we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Hopefully we'll start with Dr. Resnick and then, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. You just kind of looked at that. Yeah. So that would be the thought. And then we'll just kind of go from there. If the defendant rests, the Commonwealth can then present their witnesses. And if it's not done by Friday, we can go into Monday, and that may mean closings and charge on Tuesday.
Okay.
All right.
And Mr. Verino will be here, yes, to set up the Zoom.
So you're not.
This company made an AI service platform that will make your IT team work so much better, it feels like cheating. It's called Monday Service. It's an AI.
All right. So thank you, everyone. And so we'll be in recess until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, all rise.
So she was drinking, actually, sipping on. I think she was. I don't know if she, like, how much she was drinking. It's kind of in dispute, but they really didn't give her much informed consent with these medications, unfortunately. So a couple of things I thought that were interesting. I told you guys, I think, before that I was a juror on a murder trial. It was when I lived in Connecticut, but we did end up finding the guy guilty because he had been charged. He had been in prison before, and he was a felon. And once you're in prison and you're a felon, you're not legally allowed to own a firearm. And he was carrying a firearm around and got into an argument and discharged it. And I truthfully think it was accidental, but it doesn't matter because he had the firearm on him, which is already a felony. And in the course of committing a felony, a murder occurred. That makes him guilty of murder. It's the same principle as if you and your friend are going to go rob a bank and you're like, well, I'm just going to drive, so I have less risk. If when your friend goes in the bank, they end up murdering someone, you will be charged also with murder because in the act of you were part of the act of a felony, in other words, by driving the car away. But anyway, long story short, that was before I watched that was before I ever watched any trials other than OJ. That was the first trial I watched way back in like 1993, I think, or 4. So I really didn't understand how they worked, and it was an interesting process. I learned a lot, but they did give us sort of a check off, and it was basically like, if this, then this, if this, then stop. And that's it. Like, and you go through, it was like, it was very helpful actually, because it got very confusing at the end with like, it basically was a way to ensure you got to the right charge, because if you agreed on this, then you would move to the next step. And for us, it worked out really, really well. And it was fun to like hear everyone's, their opinions and stuff. When you finally get back in that room, you're just like, oh my God, do you believe this? You just start like shooting the shit about things that maybe aren't even really consequential, but you haven't been able to talk about it for so long. And these people have been sitting there with you, like listening, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, okay. But Anyway, there was something else I wanted to point out too. Oh, Latarsha Sanders. That's a case that I'm going to keep my eye out for. Latarsha Sanders was a woman who killed, I believe it was her 2 children, 5 and 8. So she was not in a postpartum period, but she was psychotic. She had a history of psychosis, had been hearing voices, and allegedly when she killed them, there was some type of a ritual involved. Her husband wanted her prosecuted, unlike in this case where Patrick is not in favor of Lindsay being prosecuted. But this judge in particular, what this judge here, Sullivan, a Spicoli dude, he would not allow certain mental health experts in to allow her previous psychosis to come in. And so the jurors weren't even told that this woman had psychosis. That's insane to me that he didn't let any of that in. But good news, the SJC did something right, and they came out with a scathing response to that judge by name, saying like, you messed up. So she's going to get another trial, as she should, because I don't know where she is now, but I hope it's not in some horrible prison where she's not getting proper mental health care. But we'll see what happens. But that's a case I'm interested in as well, because it's the same type of thing where there's a mental health issue and it falls through the cracks. I believe in that case, even DCF was involved. So sounds like the closing argument will be on Tuesday. Spicoli sounded like he was really pushing for he was really pushing for, a day of rest on Monday, I guess. So maybe Tuesday will be the closing arguments. And Dr. Resnick, let's just check out who that is before we leave. Hold on one second. So I hope that answered your question. You're not supposed to drink on it. Some people do, and they're fine. Other people do, and they have problems. That's the issue with some of these psychiatric drugs. All right, Dr. Resnick. Lindsay. Okay, let's see who this person is. Okay, so he's a postpartum psychiatric. He specializes in postpartum psychiatric disorders. Well, let's see, remove that and add. We're just looking at Dr. Resnick and seeing what's going on with him. He's widely known for consulting and testifying as an expert witness in other infamous infanticide and murder cases. Oh, wow. Such as those involving Susan Smith and Andrea Yates. The core defense. Clancy's legal team argues she was experiencing postpartum psychosis. Expert testimony. Interesting. So Resnick. Let's see. Dr. Resnick. Let's see if he'll. Andrea. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Oh my gosh, all the pop-ups. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what Dr. Resnick has to say here, guys. All right. Says, what kind of parent would possibly murder her own children for mouthing off? Time spoke with Dr. Philip Resnick, director of forensic psychiatry at Case Western and a leading expert on parents who killed their children. He testified for the defense in the case of Andrea Yates. Okay, wait, let's see if we can. I really would like to hear his testimony. Hold on the Andrea Yates case. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see if we can find Andrea Yates, Dr. Resnick testimony. Let's see if we can find that. I'm just looking. Do they have this? I don't see it. Just looking to see if we can find. Nope, that's for Lindsay Clancy. Huh. Let's see what this sounds like.
Or continued stumbling.
And where are they in hell? In hell. What sort of things did they do which showed you they weren't right?
Well, they weren't. They just did a lot of silly stuff and didn't obey.
Didn't obey you when you told them to do things. All right. You mentioned their manners before. Can you give me an example of their manners?
Just when Rusty's mom would visit, they would not treat her well, call her names.
Be disrespectful.
Avoid these snacks like the plague. Olives has
All right,
its
here,
own
I found this guy.
microbiome.
Hold on.
It's loaded with the
Think we got him.
microbiome that actually improves.
In 2001, a Houston case received national attention and had lasting impacts. Andrea Yates, a mother of 5, drowned her children in the family's Clear Lake home. What followed was a long legal battle over severe mental illness, criminal responsibility, and how the justice system should respond. We start with a look back at how the case unfolded. In 2002, Andrea Yates stood trial in Houston, charged with capital murder. Prosecutors argued Yates carefully planned her actions and knew they were wrong, meeting the legal standard for criminal responsibility under Texas law. Prosecutor Joe Omby.
It's not that I am without sympathy. It's not that you are without sympathy. But what you're asked to do at this point is decide this case on the facts and the law, not sympathy for Andrea Yates.
Hello.
Defense attorneys countered that Yates suffered from severe mental illness, including postpartum psychosis. They said she was a mother who thought she was saving her children from hell. Defense attorney George Parnham.
If this woman doesn't meet the test of insanity in this state, then nobody does. 0.
Texas law said Yates could only be found insane if she didn't know what she was doing. The state claimed her story about satanic delusions came only after the murder, after she talked to police.
Sounds so familiar.
Prosecutor Kaylin Williford.
She looked him eye to eye and said, I killed my kids. Not I saved my kids, not I am the great Satan and I needed to be executed because of the cruel dilemma I have been in. I killed my kids.
Every time you see a child laugh, it will stab your heart because you'll remember this trial.
When the prosecution repeated the details of the murders, how 5 children struggled so hard to stay alive, Yates cried. Her husband watched as he heard the
So it's like the same story.
defense paint her the way he remembered her. Defense attorney Wendell Odom Jr.
Andrea Yates was a loving mother, perhaps too much of a loving mother. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen. Does a loving mother kill her 5 children if she knows it's wrong?
It seemed like every day of testimony in the first trial was filled with heartbreaking testimony, some of it extremely hard for all to take in. On one day, Andrea Yates had to sit in trial and see pictures and video of her children lying lifeless on a
Same thing.
bed. Some were bruised from struggling. Then the jury had to endure a 16-minute silent videotaped walkthrough of the Yates household that day. The crime scene investigator looked on as the court watched the tape, taking the viewer down the hallway, seeing John's white, wet sock, and seeing the bathtub where 7-year-old Noah was laying dead, bruised, and face down.
I couldn't imagine what the children went through, mostly the children.
But the drama kept going that day. A taped confession played in court showed Noah put up the toughest battle. Question: did he try to run from you? Answer: yes. Did he get out of the bathtub, or were you able to catch him? Answer: I got him. She also described how Mary was in the bathroom crying as her brothers were being drowned. As to the why, I realized that it was time to be punished. Question: what did you need to be punished for? Answer: for not being a good mother.
Wow.
Prosecutors telling the jury no loving mother would chase down her children, hold them down as each one tried to breathe in a bathtub full of water.
Andrea Yates knew right from wrong, and she made a choice on June 20th to kill her children.
There's a difference in Massachusetts because you can know right from wrong, but if you can't comport your actions to the law, then you can still be considered criminally you can still be considered not criminally responsible, in other words. So it's a little bit more lenient, which I'm happy about in Massachusetts, because as we saw yesterday in that video I showed you, when people are in psychosis, sometimes they have some insight into what's happening. You know, we saw that woman struggling with it yesterday.
Deliberately, with deception.
The defense countering, saying Yates was suffering from a severe psychotic episode.
If we have an insanity law, and if Andrea Yates is not insane, then we just really don't have an insanity defense, do we? She's the sickest woman several of these doctors had ever seen.
The jury would have to decide guilty of murder or not guilty by insanity. The day finally came when they had a verdict.
In cause number 880205, the state of Texas versus Andrea Pia Yates. We, the jury, find the defendant, Andrea Pia Yates, guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Signed by the foreperson.
Yates was convicted and sentenced to life in prison.
Probably count on one hand the number of times that Justice Nucci has written an opinion reversing a criminal case.
But that conviction would not stand. In 2005, an appeals court overturned Yates' conviction after discovering a key prosecution expert gave false testimony. So there was a second trial, and the case was argued all over again. But this time,
Mr. Foreman, has the jury reached a verdict in each case?
a different outcome.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Andrea Pia Yates, not guilty by reason of insanity. Signed, Todd Christopher Frank, foreman of the jury.
This time, the jury sided with the defense. Instead of
So yeah, she ended up having that overturned, and I wasn't paying attention there. I zoned out for a second, but I remember them saying it had something to do with the fact that the initial psychologist said, because she said the devil made her do it, that she knew right from wrong, which is not logical. Because if she had heard God tell her do it, then she wouldn't know right from wrong. It just didn't make any sense. It's the kind of crappy logic you use when you don't really have a good argument. Either way, she's still in a psychiatric hospital to this day. It's not like she's, running around living her best life. She doesn't want to leave the hospital, and I imagine Lindsay wouldn't want to either. That's just my opinion. But yeah, very sad case, and this is definitely not the first one. So I just want to kind of bring that up. Let's see what this is.
I genuinely believe that if people could hear my thoughts, they would realize I was evil. I lived my entire life thinking that I was a secret.
All right, Gabby and Sam. Gabby and Sam, you guys are from Virginia, right?
Yeah.
What
Shenandoah Valley.
And
I was born in Martinsburg, West Virginia, but I grew up in Winchester, Virginia.
okay. And you guys are going through something that is probably more common than a lot of people realize. Gabby, you've been married for how long?
Almost 12 years.
12 years. Happily married?
Yeah.
You seem to be.
Yeah.
But maybe explain to me what happened to you since you got married, right?
Yeah, after.
When you guys married, this was not something you
When we got married, I was 20 and I was independent, and I like to do my favorite hobbies, which were riding horses, and I worked a lot and I babysat. And I was just kind of a normal person. I was temperamental and moody, and I had a lot of arguments with people, but I was mostly normal, and I didn't have all these panic attacks I have now. It was very different. So, and I got pregnant 5 years after we got married, about 4.5 years. Trying to get pregnant, planning it, and I thought I had prepared really well. I talked to so many people that had kids and read stuff. And I thought I was just ready to be a good mother and all this stuff, and I think I am. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened in June of 2015. I got postpartum psychosis. It's a rare mental illness. It's not postpartum anxiety like some people think. It's not postpartum depression, which is most common. And so few women get it, only about 1 in 1,000. But the women that get it often have really bad things happen to them. So without Sam helping me and his family, I could have ended up like them. It's fairly common for women like that to kill themselves or even their babies when they're like that.
Tell me about the behavior that changed in you.
Delusions and hallucinations. This is such a sudden onset. So, after we had our first kid, it was obviously a very exciting time for us. We'd planned to have kids, and everything went smooth. There was no problems, and it was all good. And now, looking back, there was only a few slight signs that something was going on. But until you go there, until you know that someone is insane or something, you have a lot of mechanisms where you make excuses like, oh, maybe they were just feeling bad or whatever. But if you don't know where it's leading, you'll just assume that it's all going to even out. I think like a day or two before, you became like paranoid of the microwave. You thought it was like leaking radiation or something, and it was kind of an old piece of junk anyways, So I was just like, yeah, just get rid of it. I'll get another one.
A day or two before the baby came?
No, a day or two before she cracked. This was like.
And that's like a typical fear that like even like somebody being afraid of like the microwave like leaking or whatever, it doesn't sound that crazy. But if you're not typically worried about things like that, and it can be the start of it. So it's interesting. That's really interesting.
Yeah. So for the timeline, most women that have postpartum mental illness, whichever one they have, happens within about 6 weeks giving birth. For me, it was unusual and different, and this confused the hospital too. My postpartum psychosis happened when the baby was 4 months old. And then something else happened with the next baby. I'll talk about that.
There you go. And Lindsay was 8 months old. So it confused people, she said. This is the whole thing, They're debating now whether the postpartum period should be extended to 2 years. I don't know what the studies show and what the population shows, but I think it's fair that, at least up to 1 year. It's crazy.
When he was 4 months old. So a couple of days before I went to the hospital, I had the delusions about the microwave. Yeah. And at first I thought she was just upset about the microwave being broken, being like, oh, it's leaking radiation, maybe just being a little too extreme about it. So I enjoy studying science and stuff like that. I know that, microwaves don't use radiation. They use radio waves, or radiation's different, So we just threw it out as whatever. And I think it was like a day or two later, I'll just tell from
She's very restless. She cannot sit still. She's got some of that tardive dyskinesia going on. And I don't know what she was smelling there, if that was a smelling salt, or if she was putting some type of oil on herself to calm herself down. I'm not sure. But I feel so badly for these people that this happens to. Jesus.
my viewpoint. I woke up, it's probably 5 a.m. or something like that, and I just saw her sitting on the side of the bed, which is not unusual.
Yeah.
She'd get up to help Vernon, our oldest. Yeah, this was the baby that was right. His name was Vernon when I got the psychosis. Yeah, and she's just sitting there for a while, and I was like, oh, is everything okay? And she was like, shh, be quiet. And I was like, I thought it was something to do with the baby. I was like, well, what's going on? And she starts this whole thing where she's like, they're watching us. There's cameras. I see there's cameras. We had this little nightlight in the bathroom. She was convinced there's a camera in it. She thought that they were watching us, And I was like, who? And I had, up to this point, I had zero experience with any mental illnesses. There's just none of it in my family. And I have a very large family. I'm from a family of 10 kids and lots of cousins and stuff like that. And I guess mental illness just really isn't our thing. I just never been around it. So I was taking all this seriously. I was like, what did you see? Like, did you find something in our house? And this starts going.
What a nice guy, by the way. Like, what a nice guy. Like, he was not like telling her you're weird or crazy. He was literally believing her. He's so open and kind. Like, what a great husband this guy is.
And in my mind, I'm starting to doubt this, because I'm like, there's no camera in the nightlight. There just isn't. I know what cameras look like, and I've taken apart plenty of things. And so this goes on, and we get up in the morning, and it's probably 7 a.m. and she's just going on with all these just paranoid delusions. But at this point, I didn't think it was delusions. I thought maybe she was mistaken, or something freaked her out, and she was scared, and maybe just blowing things out of proportion. Or
Skim's new sticky bra and invisible side strap thong are actually such a game changer. The sticky bra gives you support without any straps showing, so it's perfect for.
it was really hard to grasp. So eventually, I didn't want to handle this on my own, especially with a little kid. So we went over to my parents' house, and because she was part of these delusions, she was convinced my dad was like some drug dealer kingpin, and I was involved in it. It was like a family thing, and she thought that because she knew about it, that now she's on a hit list to get killed or something, or she knows too much or something. This was like, oh, what? What would suddenly make you believe this? So we go over to my parents' house, and on the way over, she's just freaking out, like just oh, I think they're all going to be dead when we get there. They're already dead, and like we would pass a car or something, and it would be like, did you see that person? They're following us, or just everything. Just the amount of information and delusions coming in is just astonishing. The amount of stuff your mind was able to just put together and make up. And so we get there, and obviously my parents aren't dead. And we get talking about this, and I think you got into like this intense conversation with my dad, like trying to call him out as the kingpin, and he was like,
the cell phone out of his hand, looked through all his texts.
Yeah, to make sure he wasn't texting.
I've never done anything like that before. It was nothing like
wow,
that.
that's
So
crazy.
at this point, we're just, because we have no experience with this at all, we're just, what is going on here? And I think what finally made us decide to take you to the hospital, like hours later, late morning, early afternoon, was you started having this really bad onset of amnesia. Like we would talk something through and confirm that, okay, this didn't happen because I was there and you were there and you saw it, and I wasn't out selling drugs or whatever. And then like 5 minutes later, you wouldn't remember any of that. Like you would just, all of that information went right out the other ear.
Like a stroke victim.
Yeah, and so we were like, is she having a stroke or something? She can't remember anything. Like this is bad. So we need to go to the hospital. So we had to like talk her into going to the hospital, because at this point she doesn't think that anything's wrong with her. Everything's wrong with us. So we're like, oh, we'll just go down and we'll just talk to some people. And that's what I thought it was going to be. We're just going to talk to some people.
Yeah, I mean, she could have just left. She could have gotten in a car, drove off with the kids. I mean, all kinds of stuff could have happened. It's so scary.
Well, get a head scan or something, make sure you're not going to die on us. So we get down there, and the emergency room is just, I don't know. Yeah, you've been to the emergency room. We wait for hours. They're not, we're there like, we need to talk to somebody about this, and they're not taking us seriously at all. They're like, okay, whatever, sit over there. I think like 2-3 hours later, they finally get us a room. They send in a bunch of social workers, and they're like, what's going on? And we're like trying to describe this, and they're behaving like they've just never heard of any of this before.
Oh my
And
God.
I was like,
They were definitely Googling it on their phones.
I totally believe that. Hi, Lisa. Yeah, they stopped court for today. They discussed some of the jury instructions, and they will be back tomorrow. They did not give a reason. Maybe it's because Patrick, like you said, I'm not sure. I'll do some research on that. And they're going to likely have closing arguments on Tuesday, with Monday as an off day. But, Spicoli will let us know tomorrow more as well. Right now, we're just listening to this couple who experienced postpartum psychosis and what happened with them. And it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, they were trying to look this up.
The emergency room doctor, I remember, was, I think, calling a red cell phone, and he was kind of a little angry, just yelling, frustrated, saying, what's wrong with you? I have people dying. I need to figure out what's wrong with you. And that was the first time that I was slightly back in reality, because I was trying for a moment to help him figure out what was wrong with me. And then I just slipped back into the psychosis.
Yeah, you seemed like, when we got to the hospital, just very confused why you were there. I think you mentioned later how you thought, on the way down, you thought that we were going to see like your grandma,
my mom.
Your mom.
My mom's never been, she hasn't been in the hospital or sick, but I thought that maybe she was sick, dying in the hospital, because I couldn't think of any other reason why we would be going to the hospital.
It's crazy.
So when I got the psychosis,
I can't fathom the idea
I
that
hate this
I'm
commercial.
unintentionally
I hate this
bleaching my
commercial.
vagine,
This
bleaching my
girl is
bum bum.
annoying to me. That girl's so
here's how to
annoying.
describe it to someone who's never had psychosis. I got a flight of ideas. I wasn't in a manic episode yet. It was just a very sudden psychosis. I was sitting in a rocking chair. I gotten up with the baby, and it was real early.
Sorry, I just wanted to say I was talking over that. I hate that commercial of that girl sitting there. She was so annoying. Anyway, all right. So she said it came on pretty suddenly. Listen to this.
In the morning, the rocking chair from the thrift store. I can remember everything it looked like and stuff. Suddenly, it's like, picture these thoughts coming. They're not like thoughts that come from your mind. They're just like going through the air, like scrolling across the screen, like on a news show or something. Lots of thoughts at once. And then it's like your brain just grabs the wrong ones. So I started thinking about our landlord for some reason, just like these obsessive thoughts. Like, our landlord gets a lot of money each month, I thought. My brain was wide awake and racing, sort of, but not really manic yet. It's like, our landlord gets a lot of money. I wonder where he gets that money from. Oh, wait. And then I just knew. He gets that money because my husband's a drug dealer. Oh, wait. So I grabbed that thought. No, he's a drug dealer, and they're all drug dealers, and that's why he has crooked teeth, because his parents all smoke meth or whatever you do with meth, and they're all meth dealers, and they're going to tell me later. And once I knew that, your mothering instincts, the hormones and stuff that you have, make you want to protect the baby. Now, those instincts can go terribly wrong, and in some percentage of cases where mothers do unfortunately commit infanticide, they actually think they're saving their baby from something.
This woman is giving such good insight. Wow, this is so helpful. Reddington really wanted to have people. Oh, what's the matter, kitty? Hold on for a second. You need some food? What's going on? What is going on? Huh? My poor kitty needs some food here. Hold on one second. I'm gonna let it play.
Now, to be clear, I never had infanticide thoughts or urges or any murderous urges towards anyone, but some women do. And I just think it's important to clarify that because people don't understand. It's very
Like
rare.
the cases where women have
Right.
killed their own
They
children
do.
is probably
Yes. Andrea Yates, for example, when she killed her children, she had postpartum psychosis. She thought she was saving them from hell. And if she didn't kill them, they would go to hell. So they're not doing it to hurt people. But yes, it's still terrible. It's just important, I think, because I've had postpartum psychosis now to explain that. There's been very few women trying to advocate for women like me, trying to help them. And I want to be one of them and explain things clearly. So anyway, and when you get postpartum psychosis, it's an emergency. No matter what, you need to get medical treatment. Pretty much, probably drugs or something. Like you can't. Yeah, you can't handle it at home.
Right. Well, you at least need to have somebody watching you, making sure you don't just run away with these delusions.
Yeah, it's very dangerous.
Yeah.
So I did not have thought of killing anyone, myself or anyone, but I had the delusions that I had to get out. I had to take the baby away from him because he's a drug dealer and his family was. Then I started to get the delusions about the cameras in the bathroom. The nightlight was a camera. There's cameras everywhere in the room. One of our neighbors we met, since we'd only lived there a few years, I thought since he was kind of a big sort of hairy man, I thought he was a bear, like an actual bear. I thought that he was under the house for some reason, like a bear just crawling around.
It's so wild and crazy. That's so wild.
And then we went to his parents' house, and that was weird and scary. So when I got there, he was saying, I thought they were dead. Yeah, I thought they were dead. And when I got there, I knew they were dead. Like I knew they were dead. So, and his sister was there, and I touched her. I touched his mom's face too, but I knew she was dead. It didn't matter that I could feel her. She was dead. I knew that. These delusions are like, just like that back wall is red and that chair looks like a throne. You just know. You don't have to explain it. It's just you suddenly know this delusion. So it's very hard to be unconvinced of that. So I knew that we were all dead. We were in heaven or something, maybe Narnia. His sister looked like a projection, like a movie slide or something. Just fake. Just everything about her seemed fake.
Your brain just decided she was fake.
Mm-hmm.
Common sense. Well,
no. The more we try to convince her of stuff, just the more elaborate the conspiracy got. It was like, well, if that's not true, then there's just this other layer of elaborate conspiracy about.
God, it's like your own brain betrays you. Your own brain betrays you. Like, how terrifying is that? I feel so badly for her. Look, she's still like upset. Ugh.
How we're tricking her to think it's this or that, and there's no convincing it. Like, but we tried. I mean, because we didn't.
I mean, I've talked to people like this. I told you guys I was in rehab for alcohol. I've been sober 9 years, but when I was in rehab, one of the people two people I was in rehab with, one was slightly paranoid. I think she was schizoaffective disordered. I'm not sure, but I hung out with her a lot. I remember one time she asked me if her father had hired me to be her friend in the rehab. And I said, no. I thought that was kind of sad too. But then another woman I was in the house with was convinced that, there were microphones in the walls and the police were coming to get her, all very, and I would spend hours sitting there talking to her about it. And I couldn't convince her that it wasn't true. It doesn't matter what you say.
We didn't know anything.
It's got to be terribly difficult in a marriage.
Yeah.
I mean, long term, I've learned a lot of ways there's lots of things you can do to cope with that. But continuing the story. So after we get to the hospital and they're not sure what's going on. They're like, we think she should stay here overnight. Because they just kept asking her, are you suicidal? Do you want to kill yourself? Like that was just their question. I guess they asked her that everybody that comes in the room is like, do you want to kill yourself?
Thoughts of harming yourself.
Right. And it's like, no, nobody wants to kill anybody here. Like, I don't know why they keep bringing this up, but it's like their liability.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Your liability. Do you have thoughts of harming yourself? And if you do, but you don't have a plan, everything's fine, even though you're psychotic, apparently. Like, it's just such a
thing, I guess. To make sure that you say that you don't want to kill yourself, whether it's true or not. So they're like, we think she should stay overnight. And I keep pressing, why? Like, what do you think is wrong with her? Like, what do you think this is? What can we do? We want to talk to maybe a counselor, a psychiatrist. And they were like, down in the ER, they said, we don't really know what's wrong with her. You can't talk to a psychiatrist. Basically the only way to get to a psychiatrist, if you don't have one already, is you have to be admitted, and they're gonna send you to the 6th floor. So
the 5th floor.
The 5th floor, sorry. So this hospital has a whole mental ward on the top floor.
That's what we would have done at Yale. If that woman came in, we would have assessed her medically to make sure there's no, metabolic derangement or any factors like she hit her head and didn't know, those kind of things. A tox screen, that's pretty standard for this type of patient. And then the collateral information you get, and then you call psychiatry, and they come, and they would probably admit her if I would think they would admit this woman. You know, I think so. She's not suicidal or homicidal, but she's having a psychotic break. Are we going to wait till she's suicidal and homicidal with a plan?
You know, it's one of the, they told me while I was there, it's like one of the top 10 hospitals on the East Coast. It costs like $9-10 billion. It's just crazy. Yeah, that's what they were telling me. And so I was like, wow, we're in really good hands. Yeah, they really got
This sounds so familiar, guys. Oh boy.
this down. They got an entire floor dedicated to this. You know, we're good. But I was like, I don't, you know, why does she need to get admitted to the hospital? Nobody's explaining what's going on. It's not like, oh, your leg's broken and your bone's sticking out, so we need to fix that. It was more like, we don't know what's wrong with her. We think she should stay here because we don't know what's wrong with her. And I was like, what? I wanted to talk to more. I was just getting a lot of social workers and a lot of nurses, and I wasn't really getting any psychiatrists or counselors or heads of departments of anything. So I was a little like, I don't know. I was just in indecision. And before we know it, this, you know, a couple hours later, this hospital official walks in and he's like, she's staying here. We already pulled a temporary detention order on her.
5150.
Right. They get a judge on the phone. They take your rights away.
We know that term, don't we, guys? Any turtle riders? 5150. Yeah. Well, 5150. So what state is that? That's not Massachusetts, though, right? Interesting. They said Northeast New York, maybe.
And you're now their prisoner. Basically, they won't let you leave. They get security in there.
Well, I'm glad they did that for her. I'm glad they did that for her because she needed it.
And they're like, she has to stay here. And, you know, at this point, she's holding our kid. And they're like, kid can't stay here. So they just yank the kid away.
That's when I started screaming.
Right.
That's what they need, a place where the moms can stay with the kids. You know, I think they said East Coast, random filth, but I could be wrong. So, they need a place where moms can stay with the kids and the dad too, like that everybody can just hang out. Let's open up a really nice postpartum depression hospital and have it set up so that when women come in, their children can stay as well as their husbands. Wouldn't that be great? Let's do it, guys.
Immediately escalates to this just crazy trauma thing because they're like taking her baby away.
Mm-hmm.
They're hauling her off like she's a criminal or something. And we can't do anything. It's like it's like it's illegal for us to even try to stop this because
it took me about 2 days before I could say anything to anyone who came into my room except crying, where's my Vernon, where's my baby? And then I found out later that in the UK, where they're actually sensible, they have mother-baby maternal mental health wards. So you can visit your baby with guidance, you know.
Wow.
This is the number one secret for lifting teardrop boobs. Teardrop boobs have a fuller bottom and look empty.
I don't care about teardrop boobs.
Most bras just aren't built.
Nobody cares about teardrop boobs.
And throughout this experience, which really was important to me, and I saw how this all works, they're getting all of their opinions and information from her. They will not take my experience of this. They won't even listen to me. They don't want to listen to me because I'm not the patient. I'm just.
Isn't that crazy? And so true. These two are the best. I love this couple. I love this couple. This guy is like, so look at her smiling. She loves him. But he's just like, what the hell? Like, they should be listening to what he says. He's the one that's observing the crazy person.
I'm just the spouse. I'm just the person living in the same house, you know? And I'm like, this was starting to blow me away. I was like, because I brought her here because I was concerned for her health. She doesn't think anything's wrong, but it's obvious something's wrong.
I was worried about paying the bill. I was like, you're not going to get my credit card, my social security number. I'm not going to pay a bill. I don't need to be here.
Because at this point, you think there's nothing wrong. Me and my parents are there, and we're like, there's something wrong. And instead of coming to us and being like, what do you think is wrong? They go.
I had a guy come in one night in the ER. We had crazy stuff, but he came in. His family brought him in because, yeah, I heard they were going to do that. I heard they were going to have a standout. That's really nice. I kind of want to go up there. Guys. I might go up there for tomorrow. I might do it. I'm not sure. All right. Yeah, I had a guy come in. His brother and his mom and his girlfriend and his wife, I think, brought him in because he was psychotic. He couldn't stop seeing his relatives and his girlfriend, I can't remember, girlfriend, wife, in every porn he watched. I'm like, could you stop watching porn then? Like, why? Maybe that'll stop the problem if you stop watching porn. Of course, he wasn't going to do that, but he was convinced his mother was in the porno, his girlfriend, and he kept talking about how beautiful his girlfriend was. And I mean, he got psychotic because he did too much cocaine. But on the way there, when they drove him over the Q Bridge, he put his feet out and he ended up like getting abrasions under his feet because he was trying to do like a Fred Flintstone. It's crazy. Crazy. Don't do drugs, kids don't do drugs.
Directly to her and be like, what's wrong with it? And you're like, there's nothing wrong. And it just becomes this confusing thing where they'll only get information from the patient. They won't listen to any of the family members. And the information she's giving them is just totally wrong. Like, she's just like, there's nothing wrong. I'm sleeping great. I don't know.
That's so crazy town. I would have listened to you, brother. I would have listened to you.
What you're talking about, she has no idea why we're at the hospital because you think we're there to see your mom. Who's in the
And
hospital
part of the problem when you're manic, grandiose, or psychotic, which kind of all go together, is you think that you're okay and you're the one who's really, really right and really in the know. Everyone else is wrong, which is a really dangerous way to think when you're like that, because no one can stop you.
And no one can convince you otherwise.
No one can convince you otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's different degrees.
Yeah, when you're in mania, right? You guys know people think that they're God or God-like. I met somebody else in rehab that thought they controlled the weather. I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive. You decide if it's going to rain or it's going to be sunny outside. I mean, people have all kinds of psychotic thoughts like that. It's pretty wild. All right, I love this couple though.
Of this?
Yes, there's many different degrees.
All depending on how unhinged you are.
So a milder mania could just be maybe sleeping 5 or 6 hours a night instead of 8 or 10, being a little more excited, a little more happy, a little more spontaneous, not very harmful at all, but maybe a little grandiose, a little self-important, a little bit less judgment.
Maybe a little bit
not
bad for your own good.
Yeah.
Just say stuff you don't mean.
But doesn't require hospitalizations. If you're on meds, it usually takes care of it. Then there's mania, which is a more serious situation. Less sleep, more grandiose thinking, more delusions.
Now, how about this? Does anybody here think that this woman would be better at helping women after birth with the shit they're going through than Dr. Tufts? Because me personally, I think this woman, number one, she's educated. Number two, she has insight. Number three, she went through it and she remembers it. This couple right here, just because they don't have a credential after their name, MD, licensed medical health care, psychiatric nurse, we see what the people with degrees do. I bet you these people would help way more.
Dangerous, reckless behavior. And then you go to psychosis, which usually goes with mania. So, where it's just,
Is this related to like bipolar? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
So bipolar 1.
Yeah. So they lock her up. They're like, she's going to be here for like 2 weeks, but they don't know. They're not going to tell me anything. The psychiatrist they had there.
Patricia Heaton looks great at 67, and she's finally sharing how. Regular milk or oat milk?
Oh, regular milk, but only casein A2.
Cashews or almonds?
Almond, peeled.
He was probably pretty decent at his job. But he deals with they have one head psychiatrist is an Indian guy, I think.
Yeah.
And the volume of crazy people he deals with is just, he's only got time to spend like 10 minutes per patient per day. So he'll just look at you and be like, I don't know, let's try this. And he moves on to the next person.
That's it in a nutshell, brother. That's it in a nutshell. Fast food medicine with the side of labs. He cruises in. Oh, you haven't tried Elvil yet. Oh, have you tried trazodone for sleep? No? Okay. All right, I'll see you next time. Legit. That's how much care is given. Why? Because they got like 40 other people they got to see or 25 other people. How is that medical care? It's not. It's not medical care. It's just not medical care. Sorry, I was punching. I have this. I know that looks crazy, right? I didn't put on my boxing gloves and I was punching the bag and my hands are all messed up.
So they put you on Seroquel.
They gave me Seroquel, but they gave me shots of things first. They gave me shots of Haldol. When the nurse was going to lock me up, I thought that they were locking me up forever. I didn't know anything. Nobody explained anything. And my instinct was just to get out. So I put my hands around her neck. When I did that, she called a whistle and someone came up and shot me with Haldol. They took my pants off and guys are looking at me and stuff. And that was very humiliating. There was just so much shame long after this with me having to deal with. Long time before I could go in public without being ashamed. Anyway.
Shame about making a fool of yourself, or?
Yeah, and thinking that people would think I'm a bad person. I can't be in public, and people had seen me.
So you came to your senses. And did you realize what you had done?
At what point?
Yes, I did later. With her neck?
No, just in general, this whole experience.
Yes, I did later.
Yeah.
It took a long time for you to. I think after we got you out of the hospital, it becomes a whole legal thing. Like as soon as they pull a TDO on you, they get a judge involved. they take your rights away. They literally take your rights away. You're like a grade below a felon. You can't own.
Which is freaking terrifying as well, right? Now, I think it's fair that some people are committed. I think sometimes that needs to be done to protect themselves, right? But I also think it's terrifying. And I just have mixed feelings about it, only because you know it's going to get abused, and it does get abused. That's the problem I have with it. The system, well, right now the system is just absolutely corrupt. It's just been corrupted, and it's got progressively worse. But by nature, I'm not a pessimist. So I have to think in positive terms of ways to make it better. It's one of the reasons why I talk about this stuff on here, because I want to educate people about the healthcare system, about ways you can navigate it better, about flaws within it. And so they don't feel alone. I feel like a lot of people are afraid now to go to the hospital or the doctor. And when they do go, I feel like they don't understand what's happening or what they're supposed to do next. It's just something I witnessed when I was practicing as a PA. So, and anybody who's in healthcare knows what I'm talking about. The understaffing of the nurses in the ICUs, in the hospitals, in the ERs. I mean, it's a major problem, you know? It's dangerous. People put their licenses at risk sometimes practicing medicine. It should not be this way, because the people that go into medicine, especially nurses, guys, like they really love to take care of patients. They're the fiercest advocates for patients, nurses. I'm going to tell you right now, if you have a good nurse on your side, you're going to survive your hospital stay. That will make or break you more than even a doctor. I'm going to tell you right now, if you have a good nurse. But they make it really tough. You know, they demand too much. It takes the joy out of it. You know, it's such a privilege to take care of patients and help people, but they've turned it into a grind. And that's why it's so terrible right now. They've taken the beauty of someone's just natural instinct to heal someone and give empathy to the sick, which anybody who goes into medicine has. They've taken that natural instinct and they've killed it because they put time constraints on it. And it's very sad. And I don't want it to stay that way. So I'm just thinking out loud. That was a tangent. All right, let's see what they got to say here.
Firearms to transport them, and you become a low-grade criminal. But they don't tell you much about this. So the only person who filled us in about this stuff was our lawyer they gave to us. They just
they appoint you an attorney.
They appoint you an attorney. And
you have a hearing in the hospital before they let go.
Yeah, that was just a shocking thing, because it's like I thought we were going to the hospital to get a counselor, and now we got judges and lawyers, and it's like now I'm like in a courtroom, and I have no idea why this is all happening. Like, I had no idea that if you're unhinged a little bit, suddenly you get judges and lawyers involved. And so they do a hearing. Like the next morning, the judge comes in. I try to explain the situation to him. He doesn't really care. The judge doesn't care, because he's just there to verify that the hospital didn't wrongly take her off the street, because of the self-serving interest of all this gets a little messy, where, if the hospital wants more business, what keeps them from just taking people off the street and saying you're crazy? So a judge has to review it, and he was like, oh, it sounds like she was unhinged. She's staying here. I was like, what? This was just all this. My mind was swimming. I had no idea. So she stayed there for about a week or so. About a week, yeah. And they finally released her.
I pretended to be well so that they would let me go earlier. Unfortunately, a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
It's really hard to open up to them and try to get real help, because they just don't seem to care.
Y'all, you can get 30% off your first order right now with 1-800-CONTACTS. I ordered my brand of lenses.
So after I got discharged with that, I got diagnosed with bipolar 1, and I started taking Seroquel, and they gave me a prescription for it. But I stopped taking it really soon after I got out, and I went back to being pretty crazy, but not quite that bad. Then I wasn't taking any medication at all. I was just out of the hospital, and then I had my next child very soon after. And after I had him, I didn't get psychosis again, but I got postpartum panic attacks and anxiety really, really bad. And then I got agoraphobia, which means I was afraid of open spaces, leaving my...
Oh, yes. Anybody here get panic attacks? Oh, my darling. Anybody here get panic attacks? Yeah. I feel you on that one. I do. I feel you. I've worked through them. I've been really good for I don't want to say years. That's not true. I'm going to say months. I've been good for months. I haven't had one in months. But my therapist used to tell me, If you have a panic attack, that's your subconscious screaming something's wrong and you're not paying attention to it. And you have to figure out what it is. I think it was a good point. And then I also watched this monk describe it. And he was like, when I get my panic attacks, a monk, he was a Buddhist monk. He was so cool. He's like, when I get my panic attacks, I'm like, oh, hi there. Hi there, friends. Hi, you've come to pay me a visit again. Let's talk. So, but yeah, panic attacks are very scary, especially once, like a lot of people, when they get their panic attacks, they think that they're dying, right? You think that like, you're either, if your heart starts racing because you're anxious, now you think, oh, I'm going to have a heart attack. I have chest pain. You could give yourself chest pain. I remember the first one I ever had, I threw up and almost passed out. I was definitely convinced I was dying. But this was before I went to PA school, right? And this was before, so once you learn all the medical stuff and then you start practicing and everything, when you have a panic attack, it's kind of hard. Like I would start to have like oh, my heart's racing. I'm like, no, that's not a heart attack. And then if I had a headache or my head started pounding and then my eyes got blurry, I'm like, I'm actually not having a stroke. I start doing like a neuro exam on myself so I could talk myself out of it. But then something worse replaced it. Something worse replaced it, which was the dread and fear would come on in the panic. But I knew it wasn't a medical issue. Like I wasn't going to die. It was just that intense like feeling of everything closing in and not being able. It's like when I get those, and I haven't had them in a long time, thank God, because I manage it, by sleeping. Sleep is so important. It's so important. But anyway, because I haven't, but when I've had them, I mean, those things, they're worse now that I know I'm not going to die, because now I'm just locked into this state of like panic. It's I don't know if anybody knows. I know everybody has different experiences. But it's like this dreadful, full of dread, you're just full of dread and impending doom. And so my fear used to be in the panic attack. Oh my God, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to have a heart attack. But because you're medical, then you start going through it. You're like, I'm not having a heart attack. I don't have any risk factors. Whatever it is. Right. And then it's like, okay, but I still feel like I'm locked inside of my brain. Like I want to jump out of my head. I don't know if I just like my body wants to like leave. It's so uncomfortable, right, guys? Ugh. Shout out to anybody that gets those panic attacks. I feel you.
Home getting panic attacks outside of my home. That lasted from 2017 till 2021, so about 4 years. And I didn't leave my house almost at all for 4 years. So I just stayed home. Sam did all the shopping, brought stuff to me. I didn't take the kids out anywhere. My parents or friends would take them out. I just didn't leave, and I didn't care.
Throughout all this, like when you got out of the hospital, they were like, you need to get a psychiatrist. And we're like, where, how do we do that? And they're like, they sent us to the Community Services Board, which is basically just a county-run, thing. And they weren't taking us seriously at all. Like they were just like, as soon as they saw that we had a vehicle and we owned a house, we had a house and all this stuff, they were like, why are you even here? And it's like, we need a psychiatrist. Like, why? Yeah, because they're just.
Oh my gosh. Do you hear? It's just like the system. It's so screwed up. Like these poor people, even she was in a psych ward, they leave. She goes to a psychiatrist and they're like, why are you here? These people are educated on what's happening. They're open. This guy's a lot more open than Patrick. Let's be honest. Patrick looks suspicious. Okay. I don't think Patrick did anything, but Patrick looks very suspicious. I don't know if it's just because I'd have to know his personality, but he seems like the kind of guy that probably doesn't laugh with a belly laugh, probably isn't very loud. Loud people like me probably would annoy him. He has a boat, like I just feel like that's Patrick's style. I think he was pissed off that he had to testify. He wants to forget that life that he had because he has a new wife that looks like Lindsay. Lindsay's prettier in my opinion, though. I don't think that makes him guilty, though. That's not enough to say the guy's guilty. Maybe he was fucking around before, or during, I don't know. But I don't think his new wife, who's a doctor, a fertility doctor, is somehow involved in this. Like there's some crazy TikTok theories out there. Like the new wife, Lindsay said she thinks she saw someone who looked like her do it. I don't recall her ever saying that, but even if she did, do we honestly think that Patrick Clancy's new wife decided to like pretend she's Lindsay and then she's going to kill the kids? Like, how does any of this make sense? How about you just like leave or so? I'm like, it's not logical to me. It's just not. And then there's this, oh, they killed them together. Why are Patrick and Lindsay killing their kids at all? Like, there's no logic to any of that. Another thing they talk about is for 15 minutes, he was in the car, like after he left. That's easy for me to say exactly what happened there. Anybody who's in a house with a bunch of kids and then maybe a wife who's been maybe emotionally, dependent and maybe you get a little drained from it. You want 15, 20 minutes to yourself. You head to the restaurant. Maybe the food wasn't fucking ready yet. He sat in the car for 10 minutes, used his work computer, sent off a couple. Who doesn't do that? How is that weird? I don't understand why that's weird. I also don't understand why it's weird that she punches in where to go and they're trying to say she's calculating the time. That doesn't make any sense either. Wasn't he gone? Wasn't she outside with the kids all day? She doesn't need to calculate a plan for him to leave so she can do this. If she's premeditating it, she could have done it while they were outside in the snow. There's so many ways she could have done this. She was not being supervised all the time. It makes no sense to believe she planned all this out meticulously. What does make sense is she had a psychotic break. That's my opinion, though. Sorry, that was a tangent, guys. Let's listen.
Used to dealing with
They didn't think
really
it was bad
intense
enough.
drug and abuse situations. And they didn't take it serious at all. That just didn't work at
So
all.
what I ended up doing to help myself was I started a YouTube channel when I was not leaving the house. The channel helped me feel like I had a community and I told my story and that helped me a lot and I healed a lot, but I still wasn't leaving the house. And then as far as things that keep me sane, I don't really take medications much. The only medication I take is hydroxyzine, which is like basically Benadryl on steroids, very light medication, but it's very effective for me because I'm sensitive.
I love this lady. She has a YouTube channel. We have to see if she's talking about this case. And if not, maybe I can contact her and have an interview about this. I would love to do that. We have to find her YouTube channel. If anybody knows it, let me know. I think the plan was to get rid of Lindsay, but it didn't work out the way he wanted, and the kids saw, and he was afraid they would say something. That's fair, Lisa. I respect your opinions, and, I know you're not a dummy, so it's a fair, and I know you're also very intuitive. I think it sounds wild, but, I don't know, I don't know. But this is like, sorry, I got distracted because I saw that. Thank you for sharing that, though. Thanks for feeling comfortable enough to share your opinion. That's what I appreciate. I want you guys to, you can disagree with me. It's totally fine. Sometimes you'll win me to your side. Maybe sometimes I'll win you to mine. Maybe we'll just stay where we are. I'm good with either. Okay. But let's see. Hold on for a second. Yeah, let's get back to this. Sorry, I got distracted. I want to hear what they're saying.
And I take nutritional supplements that helped me a lot.
That's what it was. Yes, girl. Let's fucking go. First of all, hydroxyzine is great. Atarax is the brand name. It's like it is a antihistamine, but I believe it has a more sedating effect than Benadryl, and it's used frequently for anxiety, off-label use anxiety. Okay. It's very common. They'll give you Atarax. People get excited. They think it's some kind of benzo. It's not, but it works great. When I was in rehab, they gave that to me, when I was anxious or whatever, after I got, detox or whatever. Yeah, no, it's fair, Lisa. It's totally fair. I'm just happy that people will discuss stuff in the chat that, whatever. I just, you know what I mean? So I appreciate it. Anyway, what I was going to say is, so she's taking the hydroxyzine. It is a prescription. It will make your mouth dry. It has some anticholinergic effects like the Benadryl, where you might get constipated, things like that. But it does work really well. It also works good for allergies, but it's not typically used for that because of the sedation effect. Regardless, she also mentions a nutritional supplement, and I just need to start my new channel. You know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to start working on the new medical channel because there's so many topics I want to discuss. I have a feeling I know what nutritional supplement she's talking about. It's from this book called Better Brain, and I'm going to bring that up in a video. But actually, I'm getting kind of excited about making that new medical channel. So I'm going to definitely work on that today, guys. All right, but listen to these people. Like, they're asking for help and they're still not being believed after she was hospitalized. I mean, it's crazy. So you expect people to believe Lindsay? It's like people are not listening.
Found out my hormones were low. I had to take progesterone hormone to balance that out. B vitamins, vitamin C, magnesium, zinc, lots of things. And lithium orotate, which is not prescription lithium. It's its own kind. It's special. It's lithium orotate. You get over the counter. Anyway, those things.
You kind of became your own doctor.
Yes, I became my own doctor. I did tons of research online. I looked at other people's situations.
P.S. Unpopular opinion from the medical community, but I believe you should be your own doctor. And I believe, now listen, this is not medical advice. This is my psychic, allegedly, all that shit. Okay. I don't need people suing me because I'm saying this. Just be real, right? I believe for most things, we can heal ourselves. Most things are what you call self-limiting. They go away. Most things, if you pray and you do what you're supposed to do to heal yourself, you will get better. Going to the doctor for things most of the time just causes more problems. In fact, we talked about this. Iatrogenic is the word they use when the medical community makes you sick or kills you. And I'm pretty sure, I got to look it up. Because I don't want to keep saying it if it's not true. Hold on. Let me look this up. Hold on. What's this? All right. Anyway. All right. Let's see. Poe. I use Poe. I'm going to ask Poe. Iatrogenic is what number on the list of top causes for morbidity, mortality in the United States? It's not the second, it's the third. It's the third. Iatrogenic causes are often cited as the third leading cause of mortality in the United States. They claim that 250,000 deaths per year are from medical errors.
And research nutrition, and I found out that lack of B vitamins, which can get depleted when you're nursing a baby, causes psychosis.
Yep.
I think I just found the blur filter for nails. Look at this. This is active blur from Manicurist. It's like a...
So I started taking B vitamins. I've never had full psychosis since. It helped me a lot. And people with brains that have susceptibility to these problems, because I have genetic susceptibility, have a hard time assimilating B vitamins unless they're in a methylated.
Look at this lady. She went and got herself a degree. She diagnosed herself with pernicious anemia, probably. Doctors don't pick up on that ever. I can't even tell you the shit that people do. It's like, I'm going to calm down. I got to calm down. I'm going to calm down. I love this woman.
Form. So I got a methylated B vitamin, and it just goes straight to helping my brain. It's very good.
That's 100% right. I wonder if they check Lindsay Clancy's B12. No, they don't do that. They also don't check thyroid. They don't want to check a syphilis just in case it went to her brain. Probably not. But it's got to be pennies to do a syphilis test, right? Like, how expensive could it be? That's exactly right, Lisa. 100. Look, there are some things you can't heal on your own. If you get in a car accident, you fracture your leg, you fuck up your spine, you have appendicitis, you need a surgeon, right? Oh, thank you, Random. All right, we're going to check her out. Thank you so much. There's some things you need. I mean, I believe that acute care in this country and critical care in this country are tops. And the people in those fields, emergency, ICU, that kind of stuff, generally are the best in the field. That's my opinion. And they will save a life, right? But all the other stuff, the blood pressure, the type 2 diabetes, type 1's autoimmune. It's some virus the government gives people. They could have cured a long time ago. And why are we using something that causes cancer to kill cancer? Did you ever look up the history of radiation? It's really fucked up. It's not right. So anyway, I'm with you. They're from Virginia. Ooh, thank you, Random Phil. All right, let's listen.
Very helpful.
That's great.
I had just mostly self-directed help, and I think I'm on a huge path of recovery because I didn't leave the house for 4 years. All I could do was walk outside, maybe a fourth of a mile down the road on a good day, and I just rode in the car 6.5 hours. It's a huge triumph for me. Like, yeah. I'm just so proud of myself.
It's wonderful you make some recovery. I mean, this must be terribly hard on a marriage.
It was hard. Yeah, that got bad.
Sam, tell me the thoughts you were having on this as well.
So, right, and this is really what it boils down to is the entire mental health infrastructure we have is entirely based off of information coming from the patient to the psychiatrist, and that gets recorded on statistics and data and stuff like that, and they use that to develop different treatments or drugs or whatever. But they're not interested in the viewpoints of the family members, and why that's important is because the person they're getting the information from is broken. Their mind is not behaving well at all. They'll just totally forget things. Totally, kind of like how you got out of the hospital the first time. You fake your way out. You're like, oh, I'm fine. You don't start any fights. You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take the medicine. You just fake your way out, and like as soon as you got out the doors, you're like, there's no way I'm taking that medicine.
This is like Lindsay Clancy's story right here. The difference is this guy. I think this guy is just a lot more open than Patrick. Welcome in, Jax V. Nice to see you. Med beds are coming soon. We don't need doctors anymore. We don't need doctors at all, right? No, seriously. What are med beds? Oh, yeah. I did some QAnon. I did it from the beginning, though. When was it? 2016 he got elected? I fell off after 3 months because they never kept their promises. There are people to this day that still think JFK is coming back. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was they call it the Patriot pacification propaganda. That shit. All right, here, let's get back to it. So, Jax, we're just listening to this woman who suffered postpartum psychosis. This is her husband, and she talks about how, essentially it started out with her telling her husband, and she went over to his family, accusing them of drug dealing. Nobody understood it. They're like, why is she doing this? What's wrong with her? And she was looking at the phone, trying to prove all this stuff. And they eventually realized, by the end of the night, we need to take her to get checked. They took her to a hospital. Thankfully, the hospital they took her to recognized the psychosis. She was 3 months postpartum at the time, and they hospitalized her. And then when they got out, they put her on a 5150. Then when they got out, apparently, they went to get follow-up, and the psychiatrist is just like, why are you here? He's saying people... they only want to hear what she has to say. They weren't interested in hearing what he had to say in the medical system. So this is a firsthand experience of people, right? Hold on. Here we go. All opinions welcome here, by the way.
And you had this totally different attitude. And that doctor-patient relationship is just, it's not effective. It's not effective. And I realize everybody doesn't have family members that are close by to sort of help them through this. But, by the time you got agoraphobic and didn't want to leave the house, we'd already gone through many psychiatrists. You're calling them.
Oh yeah. So one psychiatrist I tried told me that I was the worst case of rapid cycling bipolar 1 he'd ever seen, and to just take a hike.
Wow. Okay. So this is the kind of stuff you have to understand. Okay. And I'm going to tell you a story about a psychiatrist I saw once, because I'm going to share something funny. Okay. Because these are the kind of people that we're dealing with out here. You notice this couple the whole time, very composed, very articulate, not angry, not edgy, simply discussing their journey with her postpartum psychosis and how difficult it was for them to get people to believe them or anything. She said in the beginning here, she even says she was fortunate. A lot of people that go into the psychosis end up killing their kids and themselves, right? She said she's one of the lucky ones. This woman has a lot of insight. She's very motivated into helping herself. And I think this is a good thing for people who believe Lindsay Clancy is faking it or something to see. Of course, killing your children is egregious. It's horrifying. I don't even like to think about it. But for me, I can't not look at the mental health aspect of this case because I've personally suffered from it. I have family members who continue to suffer from it. I've worked in healthcare for over 20 years, and I've seen this type of thing, not to that degree, in so many cases, especially mental illness, especially. People, even professionals, they just don't do the right thing.
He wasn't going to treat you. And then there'd be other ones. And so we'd be like, all right, let's tone it down. Let's try to get into their practice. Maybe things aren't as bad as they are. So we tone it down. But then as soon as they talk to you and they kind of map it out what's going on, they're just like, I don't think you're right for our practice. And they just back out immediately.
The ironic thing is I don't even see a psychiatrist. I get my meds from a family doctor. I don't require a psychiatrist care because I care for myself with my self-directed treatments, supplements.
So today,
yes, this is a big box of beef sticks. And if you're wondering why I needed so many, Paleo Valley's running this crazy deal right now.
All right.
You're much better.
Yes, much better.
Yeah, it's taken many years. Once we sort of got the picture that psychiatrists they're not going to help us. And even if they did, because then, she started getting in the whole YouTube community of watching people's videos and seeing how these people treat this stuff. There'll be people on just piles of medication.
Xanax, and it barely helps.
It doesn't help. They're still completely, cut loose.
There's still people that can't leave the house from panic attacks that are taking Xanax. It doesn't help enough.
Xanax, in my opinion, this is just from a prescribing perspective and also having taken it myself in the past. It's not a benzodiazepine that I like to use or prescribe because it's got a shorter half-life and it comes on more quickly, which makes you more likely to develop a rebound anxiety. So you take the Xanax and you feel better. And if you're good, you really shouldn't take it again. But then what happens is people just feel so much better. It's almost like a shot of whiskey or something when you take a Xanax. It kind of hits you like that. It's why they have street value. Xanax has street value, right? But hydroxyzine, Atarax, which is antihistamine, does not have street value. Okay. So, when neither does Prozac. Prozac has no street value. Cymbalta, Seroquel, if it's not a controlled drug, that's your first hint. There's no street value. Right. And so to use the old trope that Lindsay was drug seeking and doctor shopping, you already see what the doctors in psychiatry do. And you see how hard it is to find someone who will take care of you. So it's not that Lindsay in this, I can see from the outside, if people aren't familiar with how this works, they could be like, oh my God, this girl is like a nut. Nothing's good enough for her. She has to keep going over here and she won't take that. I could see where you can get into that mindset. But I think it's important to understand another perspective, which is that of somebody who has worked in the system and has also been in the system because of other things. Like I had postpartum depression, and also I'm 9 years sober from alcohol. So, I just have a lot of thoughts on it that I think might help some people understand this better, that are confused as to why people support Lindsay Clancy and why we feel like, she should be found not guilty by reason of criminal or by being criminally insane.
And so, there was just a lot of drug, because a psychiatrist, the first thing they're going to want to do is just put you on this drug for 6 weeks. If it doesn't work, they get you off the drug, put you on another one. They just cycle through this. And they can cycle through 10, 15 drugs to figure out what works for you. And that all of that can just rip your body apart.
I've tried
these
a few.
drugs have terrible side effects, and it can be really hard to come off some of these
I
things.
was open-minded to trying a few that I didn't particularly want to, and I did try them. It didn't work out good, but at least I tried them.
Right.
It came to the point where, because of how I was raised, I was very resistant to using any, quote, modern medicine. I had to get undone a little bit. You know what I mean? Because you can't always manage 100% without pharmaceuticals, depending on
Right. So, see, this is the other issue, right? It's because I was raised, and you also know Lindsay is a registered nurse, so she knows benzo. Look, when you're in the medical field, you know when people come in and they're like, "I lost my Valium, my Xanax fell down the toilet, I have a police report." You know what drug seekers look like. It's you might not know when you first start practicing, but you learn really quick what the signs are of somebody coming in that's seeking some type of narcotic or benzo or whatever. And guess what? Guess what about those people? It doesn't make them bad people. You know, automatically people are like, oh my God, that's a drug seeker. Okay. Well, then they have a problem, don't they? They have a problem. Isn't that why I became a PA, to help them? So it's kind of like, I'm not going to give them the drug they're seeking, but I am going to address the fact that they might have some kind of an issue going on. Now, most of the time, they're not willing to hear it in that moment. But you still have to try. And you can't just be like, oh, they're just a drug seeker. Get them away from me. I mean, that's the kind of attitude some people have. It's really disgusting, especially when most often when these people are addicted to something like a benzo or oxy, it's because somebody in the healthcare field prescribed it to them to begin with.
How bad it is. So now I'm like, yeah, one pharmaceutical is fine. The rest is natural.
And then you found this on the internet, most of your research?
Yes.
We had to source it from, so
my mom helped me find a lithium ortate, so she was a big part of helping with that.
Right. But
it sounds like it's a lot of nutritional supplements.
Yes. I take like 20, 30 supplements every day. They really help me a lot.
Yeah. And how we came to that is once we decided that, you know, drugs and psychiatry wasn't going to work, we got a hold of this naturopath guy. I guess he tries to treat people as well as natural stuff.
A natural doctor.
Yeah, natural doctor. And he was the only one who was willing to actually test for stuff. So he would take hormone panels and he would test, test your thyroid.
And the brain chemicals, like adrenal chemicals.
Okay. So I'm going to just pause right here. Okay. Okay, random. We'll be here. I'm going to pause right here because the thing about it is, okay, first of all, I do not discard any method of treatment. So if someone's a naturopath, I believe they can help you. If someone's, well, like, I guess there's naturopaths. I'm just saying, like, what are some other things people use? What are the needles they use? Acupuncture. Yeah, acupuncture. I believe that can help. A lot of the Eastern methods, I'm not going to say don't work. I don't have an experience with them, but they've been around longer than our Western medicine, right? And so I believe a lot of getting better is really just faith in getting better, but obviously sometimes you need medication. Sorry, I got off on a real bad tangent there. My goodness.
And he was able to figure out through that she had a very low progesterone.
Oh, that's what I wanted to say. The naturopath. Yeah. So like a lot of times if you go to the doctor or maybe a PA or I don't know, an MP, I don't know how they are. If you say, oh, I was thinking about going to a naturopath, people would ask me that and they'd be almost embarrassed. Like, I was thinking about going to a naturopath. And I'm like, you should go and see if there's something they can do to help you with whatever it is. I'm going to work them up on this end, but naturopaths can sometimes help. There is a caveat to that though, which is some of them can be scam artists. Okay. Some of them want to sell you a bunch of tests and then give you a bunch of supplements to cure the problems that they tested for. Not all. I'm not saying all. You just have to be wary with some of them.
Level.
And I had they're called excitatory transmitters, neurotransmitters that make you have panic attacks. I have tons of those and very few inhibitory ones.
Yeah.
But now I can tell just how the way I am having tested in years, my inhibitory neurotransmitters are much higher.
Yeah. What was the most difficult part for you, Sam?
Probably the most difficult part is once because she only ever went into really bad psychosis every time she has a kid right after. And that lasts for a while and we sort of, get things more calmed down. But then she settled in to just bipolar 1 rapid cycling, which was just 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. Wow. So there'd be 2 weeks where she's euthymic, which is the terminology for just being sort of normal. You're not super depressed or you're not like racing thoughts. And the back and forth was probably the hardest thing. So when a person's manic, I've learned over the years, you kind of have to treat them like a child. You can't believe what they say. They'll say the most ridiculous things. They'll be like, oh, I'm super excited to do this and be all on fire for something.
Have any of you guys been around anybody with mania? When you're around someone with mania, not psychosis, where they're at the point where they think they're God or somebody's talking to them, but they're close. They're manic enough that they can't stop talking. They're very excited about everything. Everything makes sense. Everything's coincidental. They can be very charismatic when people are in mania. They can be so much fun when they're in mania, and they never seek help when they're in mania because they are freaking euphoric. It's like a natural drug. It's like a natural, I don't want to say cocaine. I've never done cocaine, but it's like a natural drug when people are in mania. That's why they don't seek help, because why would they? They feel freaking great. It's just that they can't be that way constantly. At some point, you're going to cycle back. And they're saying she's bipolar 1. There's a second type where it's more of a hypomania. It's different ways to get diagnosed with that. But it's exhausting, right? And it's dangerous because when you get in a manic state, you're going to spend more money. You're going to drive more recklessly. You're going to be more hypersexual. You're going to do things that you might not otherwise do. It's kind of like when people do drugs, right? Only you're not taking a drug to get manic. Your body is doing this to you. Your body is deceiving you.
And throughout the years, I've learned that it's just a symptom of the mania. They got all these ideas, and they're going to pursue them for 5 minutes, and then quit it and go on to something else.
I think most husbands would have bailed.
Right, and it was incredibly hard. So I developed this.
Let's see. What are your thoughts on Elsie not giving the meds long enough to actually work? Can you help me understand that? It's a good question, Jax. And I'm going to say before I answer it that I would like to see like a timeline. I'm so conscious of my nails because they were making fun of Chase Evans' nails, or they said they were dirty or whatever. I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. They're not dirty, but now I'm like, okay, people are fucked up. Anyway, if it's like from what I gathered, like the Zoloft, I think is one of the ones is a big point of contention where there were 7 pills missing. And so that means she only took 7, or she would go back. I think she was very sensitive to the medication, but I also think she was in her head about the medication. It's very common when somebody is really keyed up and anxious. And I don't know if this applies to Lindsay. I'm saying this might be something. This is maybe one explanation, I guess, Jax, which is, number one, I'd like to verify that's actually true, but assuming it's true that she really wasn't taking them, people will start to take medicines. And if they read the side effects, which Lindsay was a big side effect reader, they may start developing the side effects. They may not be actual side effects. They're just like wigged out so much, they start getting them. They get scared and anxious, so they stop. So it's not like they're a bad patient. They're just so scared and paranoid that there's something wrong with the medicine. It's crazy. I've had that happen with patients before, not with postpartum and stuff, but just people who are just so incredibly anxious that they don't even want to take a pill to make them less anxious. They think that's going to make it worse, which in some cases it can, right? These medicines are not just like, shouldn't just be given so freely as they are. And I've prescribed a lot of them over the years. And in retrospect, thankfully nothing ever happened where someone was manic or psychotic. I was good about it. But in retrospect, I wish I hadn't prescribed so many SSRIs. I wish I had tried other methods or encouraged other things first. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this now, to talk about stuff and what I've learned. But back to your question, though, yeah, I think that she had side effects. Whether they were actual side effects or she perceived them to be actual doesn't make a difference. And is it possible she could have some kind of effect right away? I believe it is. And that's why that gene site test, in my opinion, is worthwhile. Here, I'll show it to you. One time I had a patient, she didn't want to start Prozac. It wasn't Prozac, actually. That's too activating. I think I gave her Celexa. It's a little less. Some of the SSRIs are more activating. Some are more like sedating. Paxil is very sedating SSRI, and it's impossible to get off of, and everybody gains weight on it, and most people have problems with achieving orgasm on Paxil. I think it's one of the worst SSRIs, but there are people that have been on it for years. It's tough to get off of. Celexa and Lexapro. Celexa was the first one. Lexapro is the next one. They just flipped the molecule, but that one is probably, I think, the best one, Lexapro. Not as many side effects, not really activating, less chances for mania. Prozac is more activating. Anyway, I'm just talking about SSRIs here. So this person was afraid to start the Zoloft because they were worried because they read all the side effects and stuff like that. But they were having so much anxiety, and I knew that they would do well on the Zoloft. Like I was really pretty positive they would. So I gave them, I think it was either Cerax, which is another temazepam, it's another benzo, or Valium. I gave them some kind of anxiety med, just like 3 days of it. And I told them to take it before they took their Zoloft. And it calmed them down enough to take it. And then they went on it. And there's this other common misconception that it takes 4 to 6 weeks for these medicines to work. And that is not true. I can tell you that firsthand, because when I started taking Celexa after my second daughter, because I had postpartum, Alexa, I'm not talking to you. Okay. Are you listening to my conversation, Alexa? I did not even say your name. This is 1984, guys. Anyway, when I took Celexa after, when I was having, like, I was depressed, after birth, nothing at all like what these people were experiencing, never thoughts of harming myself or my child or anything, but definitely very depressed. I would say more like postpartum blues. The Celexa started working for me like within 10 to 14 days. I never did the gene site test, but it worked for me. You know what I'm saying? So I do believe, the majority of people, it's probably going to take a month, but there are some people that are going to get therapeutic levels sooner than others. You're not really going to know who those people are. And you have to take them at their word. That's the other problem. People don't want to believe what a patient is saying. They don't want to believe it. And you really need to, right? So here, let's see. Hold on, baby. They are. I don't know if that answered your question, Jax. If you ever wanted to come up on panel and talk about it, that'd be fine. I'm happy to discuss whatever. Maybe after closing arguments on Tuesday. If you're interested in doing that, let me know. Okay. All right, let's get back to this for a second. Sorry, I'm distracted. I have to let my dogs out, and
I developed this sort of emotional protection for myself. If I start getting early detection on a manic episode coming up, I will just emotionally shut down. I will close the hatch, and the way I treat her is she's just my third child. They'll just say a lot of stuff, but I just really have to box her in and make sure she doesn't hurt herself. I don't mean like close her in the house or anything like that, but just like, oh, I'm gonna go across the country and do this, and I'm like, let's wait a few weeks. Well, we're not gonna do it right now. Just put that on the shelf for a while. Any crazy idea she has, I can't just be like no, because then she'll dig her heels in and then it'll really rip our marriage apart because I'm saying no and I'm oppressing her, and then it becomes a thing.
Does it take a lot of mental energy to know how to treat me?
Yes, it's like walking on eggshells, because you got to know how to restrain a person from doing dumb stuff without making them feel like you're restraining them. So it's just like, oh, maybe that's a great idea. Let's think about it in a month or something, because I know when she comes down and she's more normal, she's going to look at all those ideas she wrote down and be like, oh, that's completely ridiculous. So it's really hard. I mean, I went to a therapist one time because there's been a few episodes she's had that last 6-8 weeks of just nonstop every day, the talking, just talking all day long. And it's not like I don't like talking, but it becomes, and I've seen this in a lot of people I work with now, it becomes a monologue and they don't care if you're listening. So she'll start talking about something and the kids might be getting in trouble, and I could walk out of the room and help the kids and she'll just keep talking. And then I come back and she's still talking.
Wow.
And I started to learn that this is just this thing where all these ideas are going through your head and you're getting them out and you're talking about them. You don't even hardly take them seriously, but you just feel this need to just keep going and talking. And it becomes this monologue where they don't really care if you're listening.
I'm happy that the Prozac worked and Celexa worked for me. And I'm like one of the people that are going to tell you, like, try other things or whatever. But it does work. Like some of these medicines help. Now, is it placebo? I really want to go back and look at the SSRI studies again, but I don't think it's placebo. Prozac was the first one. It worked the best. It's got a long half-life, so people don't get side effects if they go off of it. You kind of, that's one of the ones you don't really have to taper off unless you're on a really high dose. But I'm really happy you got that, you know? Thank God is right. But I can't even imagine what it was like back then. I can't even imagine. Probably the same.
I don't know, like the internal thinking process becomes an external, just, oh, this idea comes, I'm going to talk about it.
Do you think sometimes it's like you spend only half your time with your real wife? I think that's
When it was really bad, I was keeping charts and stuff like that to see where you would go with your moods and stuff.
Yeah, we could do it at night. I'm Eastern too. I'm in Jersey. I'm in New Jersey. I've been up to Boston and stuff like that a few times. Hi, Doc. How are you? How are you, darling? Were you in the closet like a flounder, Doc? Yeah, Jax. So yeah, if you want to do it, here's my email. If you want to do that, feed the tree at protonmail.com. That's my email. And we could do it after. We could do it after you get out of work. We could do it at nighttime.
And it was worse. It was like about 2/3 of the time you were manic and about 1/3 of the time you weren't manic. And I think the hardest part for me was once you were coming down, there was very clear symptoms you were coming down. Suddenly you would pass out on the couch at 8 p.m. and be like, I'm so tired, and just like sleep all night. I'd be like, she's probably coming down. The energy is going way lower. Another thing I noticed when you're very manic is your sense of humor just leaves. Yeah. Like I'll crack a joke and you'll be like, you look at me like, what are you saying? Yeah, and I'm like, okay. And I don't know if I'm a hilarious guy or not, but I know for a fact that if you weren't manic, you would probably think that's funny. You know, we've lived together for over a decade. I know what makes you laugh and what doesn't. So, you know, I could see the obvious signs of her coming down out of an episode. And a really hard part for me is opening back up and learning to trust again, because when a person's manic, you can't trust them. You just can't.
we lie when we're manic.
Well, you have the ego thing is a big thing. Your ego just blows up to just unreal proportions where you'll be like, oh, I'm going to clean the whole house today. We're going to have dinner ready and we're going to go to the park. And I'm like, that sounds great. But, you know, from many years of this, I'll come home after work and none of that got done. Like, you didn't do anything. And I'm like, did the kids even get taken care of? Like, this is really concerning for me. It looks like you haven't done anything all day long. So
that's a product of bipolar or manic?
The mania is a part of bipolar, and the mania makes it so she's got all this energy and ideas.
Because I've met people like what you just described.
Yes.
Bipolar for me is mostly manic, not much depression.
Yeah, not too much depression. It's just very manic. And the manic
in some ways, she's fortunate for that.
Comes with all this energy, all these creative ideas, all these promises, but she has no focus. She cannot focus on anything. The ADD is terrible. We're like, how I consider it, attention deficit disorder. She cannot pay attention to one thing for more than like 10 minutes. It becomes, I don't know, all these other ideas flood in, and suddenly I'll notice like when you're manic, you have like 10 projects going, like, oh, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to build this puzzle here, and me and the kids are going to do a project, and all.
It's called racing thoughts, essentially. But I just love this couple. They're just so cute, you know, very sweet. So, all right, she has a channel now. Let's see what she says about it. What's going on now? Let's see. How am I doing? Right here.
With how are me and my family doing?
This is her.
We've been doing well.
This is her 3 months ago. I'm going to email her and see if she'll come on the show for an interview about Lindsay Clancy.
We've been staying healthy. Haven't had any sicknesses. We've been busy. Weather's getting warmer, and there's a lot going on in our lives, and we've been staying busy. I'm still busy as a teacher. I've been teaching my kids, and I'm doing some planning for the upcoming months. So I have a lot of downtime where I make lesson plans and prep for things like that.
She looks sad.
How am I doing?
Oh, she looks sad.
I mostly function pretty well. I deal with a lot of symptoms of sort of like an inattentive ADHD system thing where it's hard for me to focus on one thing for a very long time, like more than maybe a couple hours. My attention seems like it's very just splintered.
So Patrick didn't testify. They stopped court early today. They had one person testify, a chaplain, and tomorrow they will resume. I believe Patrick will be in the courthouse at that time. And the judge made a prediction that Monday they'll take off and Tuesday will be closing arguments. So that's basically what happened. The only other thing that happened that I can remember, you guys can help me if I'm forgetting, is there were some jury instructions discussed in terms of how they're going to, that's really important. It can actually make or break what happens in that room. It has to be very clear to the jurors what they're doing. So remember Karen Reed, it was a little complicated.
I have been dealing with some symptoms of maybe an ADHD or autism spectrum.
Yeah, I guess he is. It's really interesting. I'm surprised they're making him come back. That's going to be crazy. I'm definitely interested in that one.
Kind of thing. So I initially was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but it doesn't seem to match what I currently deal with. I currently seem to deal with more of a ADHD, attention deficit issue, and kind of like an autism spectrum where it's hard for me to read people's facial expressions. It's hard for me to tell what people are thinking from the way their face looks, and sometimes I'll project a negative expression on someone's face that's not really there. So yeah, it makes it moderately difficult to just function in my my microcosm here. I can do a deeper dive video about things I've learned about ADHD and autism if you all are interested. And am I still taking lithium? Yes, I still take lithium. Not every day. I really only take it when the symptoms are striking me more, which a lot of times I have a lot of really good stretches of time where I don't need any lithium. And I don't want to be too sedated. I don't want to be too slowed down or slow.
And you have to be really careful with lithium. Many people who are on it for years end up developing kidney problems. So you do have to be careful with it. I think it is a drug that's worthwhile for people who are manic. This woman is making me sad right now compared to what she was the last time we saw her. She looks to have a blunted affect. What do you guys think? She seems blunted, and I think she looks depressed. She looks like she's holding back tears. I don't know if I should reach out to her right now and ask her to talk about Lindsay Clancy. Before she looked healthier. Right now, it's making me kind of sad. What do you guys think?
Sluggish. And like the lithium orotate that I take, it's not really sedating in any way.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Dax.
Not at least to me. It is very different than lithium carbonate, than prescription lithium. For prescription lithium, I've never taken it, so I can't speak for how it would affect someone. But lithium orotate supplement is a different chemical compound, and it reacts differently. In my particular case, it's not very sedating. It doesn't really cause sluggishness.
I think they did have Britney on lithium at one point. It would not surprise me. I mean, you know what they do to those stars. Look what they did to Kanye West.
Yes. What it does do is that when I'm dealing with more brain issues like poor memory or difficulty with maybe like kind of like the higher brain functions like mathematics or something. I find that the lithium orotate increases my intelligence and it makes it easier for me to learn and absorb and remember what I've learned. It also helps
Interesting.
make my memory and recall a lot better. And I wouldn't say that it's very sedating at all. Really not. I don't think of it as a sleep aid or a sedating medicine. It's more of just a mineral that I've been deficient in for many years because just the part of the country where I live doesn't have a lot of lithium naturally occurring in the soil or in the water. So I'm just filling in the gap there nutritionally with that lithium that I was missing all those years. How am I doing as well? I still work with a psychiatrist and I have prescriptions for heavier meds as I would need because I've had times in life where I need more of a medication that kind of basically packs more of a punch. So, but I don't like traditional psychiatry. I like to have a more personalized approach.
Girl, nobody likes traditional psychiatry. It sucks.
And I'll really only see a psychiatrist if they're willing to work with me and be flexible because I'm not going to take a drug that really messes my body up, messes me up. I'm not going to take a drug that's going to make me gain a ton of weight. And I'm not going to take a drug that's too sedating.
See how you have to learn how to advocate for yourself. And that's what she's done. And even though she might look a little more sedated, this is making me feel better. She's strong. She knows she has to. You have to advocate yourself for yourself when you go to the doctor. If you just listen to whatever they say and walk out, no bueno.
It makes me too tired to where I can't function. But fortunately, I've got a psychiatrist who's flexible enough that I can still remain, under his care without following the protocol that the DSM would recommend. So yeah. And I find myself, I'm very sensitive to medications and even slight things like a change, like a different brand of medication with a slightly different coating material on the outside can affect me differently. I don't like how it seems like most psychiatrists want to change medications a lot. I seem to do better just sticking with one medication for a longer term.
And that hopefully answers questions for people who didn't understand why Lindsay was being switched to different medications. It's what they do. It's what psychiatrists do. They're so comfortable. Oh, stop this, add this. Oh, you have that side effect, take this. The worst way to treat a mental health problem.
It seems like psychiatrists like to play games with people and it's frustrating and I don't like playing those games because these meds, they're powerful. They have side effects. They all have side effects. And I don't want to be a guinea pig for them. I recently had an adverse event where I took a medication that was recommended by a psychiatrist and I had an adverse event. It gave me the most serious, severe nausea and stomach pain. It made me not have any appetite for about 3 days. Made me absolutely miserable. And I really wish I hadn't listened to this psychiatrist who I won't be seeing this person anymore because I think they're a shitty psychiatrist. And I will be reporting the incident to make sure that I would never be recommended this drug again. I have to advocate for myself. I can't just blindly trust the medical system. The medical system is not something to just be trusted blindly.
That's right, girl.
I had that bad reaction. My stomach was just in a lot of pain. As soon as I stopped taking the drug, stomach pain was gone. That just was not the right drug for me. It was not the right combination. It was two different drugs combined. It was not the right combination for me, and I won't be doing that again.
What do we think that was? Two different drugs combined. Was it for a psychology, or I mean for her psychiatric condition? I wonder what it was.
Anytime soon. So, so that's pretty much how I've been doing. My mood has been just, I don't really know how I would describe.
So we're looking at her. This is from 3 months ago. I'm going to show you what we watched a few minutes ago, how we found this woman, because I think you'll find it interesting. I'll just play a few minutes of it, guys, for people who saw it already. Jax V can hear it because I don't think he was here in the beginning. And Doc Terry too. Hold on for a minute. Let me see. Let's stop this one and then put this one here. Check this out.
All right, Gabby and Sam. Gabby and Sam, you guys are from Virginia, right?
Yeah, Shenandoah Valley.
And
they said it right in the beginning too. This is that woman we were just watching. I know she seems a little more blunted there, but here she is.
Born in Martinsburg, West Virginia, but I grew up in Winchester, Virginia.
Okay. And you guys are going through something that is probably more common than a lot of people realize. Gabby, you've been married for how long?
Almost 12 years.
12 years. Happily married?
Yeah.
You seem to be?
Yeah.
But maybe explain to me what happened to you since you got married, right?
Yeah, after.
When you guys married, this was not something you did.
We got married, I was 20, and I was independent, and I like to do my favorite hobbies, which were riding horses, and I worked a lot, and I babysat. And it's just kind of a normal person. I was temperamental and moody, and I had a lot of arguments with people, but I was mostly normal, and I didn't have all these panic attacks I have now. It was very different. So, and I got pregnant 5 years after we got married, about 4.5 years. Trying to get pregnant, planning it, and I thought I had prepared really well. I talked to so many people that had kids and read stuff. I thought I was just ready to be a good mother and all this stuff, and I think I am. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened in June of 2015. I got postpartum psychosis. It's a rare mental illness. It's not postpartum anxiety, like some people think. It's not postpartum depression, which is most common. And so few women get it, only about 1 in 1,000.
This lady is the boss on this shit. I love this.
But the women that get it often have really bad things happen to them. So without Sam helping me and his family, I could have ended up like them. It's fairly common for women like that to kill themselves or even their babies when they're like that.
Say it again for the people in the back. This came on suddenly. She said she's one of the lucky ones. And it's very common for women who are in that psychotic state to end up killing themselves and their kids. Let's listen to it one more time. And I think I might have this on too fast. Hold on 1 minute. Yeah, I have her talking a little too fast. That might be why too, but anyway. Here we go.
June 2015. I got postpartum psychosis. It's a rare mental illness. It's not postpartum anxiety, like some people think. It's not postpartum depression, which is most common. And so few women get it, only about 1 in 1,000. But the women that get it often have really bad things happen to them. So without Sam helping me and his family, I could have ended up like them. It's fairly common for women like that to kill themselves or even their babies when they're like that.
Tell me about the behavior that changed in you.
Delusions and hallucinations.
This is such a sudden onset. So, after we had our first kid, it was obviously a very exciting time for us. We'd planned to have kids, and everything went smooth. There's no problems, and it was all good. And now, looking back, there was only a few slight signs that something was going on. But until you go there, until you know that someone is insane or something, you have a lot of mechanisms where you make excuses like, oh, maybe they were just, feeling bad or whatever. But if you don't know where it's leading, you'll just assume that it's all gonna even. Like a day or two before, you became like paranoid of the microwave. You thought it was like leaking radiation or something, and it was kind of an old piece of junk anyways, So I was just like, yeah, just get rid of it. I'll get another one.
A day or two before the baby came?
No, a day or two before she cracked. This was like 3 months after.
So for the timeline, most women that have postpartum mental illness, whichever one they have, happens within about 6 weeks giving birth. For me, it was unusual and different, and this confused the hospital too. My postpartum psychosis happened when the baby was 4 months old. And then something else happened with the next baby. I'll talk about that. When he was 4 months old. So a couple of days before I went to the hospital, I had the delusions about the microwave.
Yeah.
And
at first I thought she was just upset about the microwave being broke and, being like, oh, it's leaking radiation, maybe just being a little too extreme about it. So I enjoy studying science and stuff like that. I know that, microwaves don't use radiation. They use radio waves, or radiation's different, So we just threw it out as whatever. And I think it was like a day or two later, and I'll just tell from my viewpoint. I woke up, it's probably 5 a.m. or something like that. And I just saw her sitting on the side of the bed, which is not unusual. She'd get up to help Vernon, our oldest.
yeah, this was the baby that was
Right.
his name was Vernon when I got the psychosis.
Yeah. And she's just sitting there for a while. And I was like, oh, is everything okay? And she was like, shh, be quiet. And I was like, I thought it was something to do with the baby. I was like, well, what's going on? And she starts this whole thing where she's like, they're watching us. There's cameras. I see there's cameras. We have this little night light in the bathroom. She was convinced there's a camera in it. She thought that they were watching us, And I was like, who? And I had, up to this point, I had zero experience with any mental illness. There's just none of it in my family. And I have a very large family. I'm from a family of 10 kids and lots of.
This guy is such a nice guy. And I love this story because it shows that people, not everybody knows about this stuff, and I love how he handled it, and thankfully they ended up getting her help, but that was the beginning of the story. Let's listen just for a couple more minutes. And then I want to talk about that comment you have there, Segi.
Cousins and stuff like that. And I guess mental illness just really isn't our thing, I just never been around it. So I was taking all this seriously. I was like, what did you?
But he was taking all of it seriously, which means he was believing her. What a nice guy that he didn't just automatically assume she's nuts. Look at her. It's just.
You see, did you find something in our house, And this starts going on. And, in my mind, I'm starting to doubt this because I'm like, there's no camera in the nightlight. There just isn't. I know what cameras look like, and I've taken apart plenty of things. And so this goes on, and we get up in the morning.
Has anybody here talked to people in psychosis? I mean, these people believe what they're saying, they believe what they're saying. And they can, I remember a woman that we were treating. We would see her every once in a while, one of the first practices that I was in. And she was just like a regular lady, nothing stood out about it. She would come in for a blood pressure, whatever. And then her husband divorced her or left her or something. And she went into a depression, a really bad depression. And she came in one day, and when we were talking, she was talking about how the mafia was trying to kill her and that there were people in the parking lot with snipers and stuff. And I knew right away she was in a psychosis, but she would go in and out of it. At one point she's talking about, the mafia is trying to kill her. And then next minute she's telling me how she hasn't had a bowel movement in 3 days. You know what I'm saying? It was both psychotic and lucid. It's just I would liken it to someone in dementia, and she didn't have dementia. It was psychosis from her depression. We had to get her hospitalization. But the point I'm trying to make is it's like depression, with dementia, I'm sorry, which is where people become lucid, where they're talking. If you have an elderly family member that's got dementia, you might say some days they perk up, they recognize you, they remember all kinds of things. And then later that night when the sun's down, sundowning, they suddenly have these crazy fantasies about Russian spies trying to kill them or whatever it might be, right? Well, people know that happens. A lot of people have had experience with that. And so if I could liken psychosis to that, I'm not saying they're the same, but I'm saying there's a pattern that's similar, and that might help people understand more how one can be psychotic without necessarily other people recognizing it. Okay? There are psychotic people walking around all the time that you probably are not aware of. Unfortunately, I became aware of this. I worked in the emergency department. Some people that are on antipsychotics are in high positions of power. They're attorneys. They're everywhere. People with mental illness are everywhere in our society. Just because they don't tell you doesn't mean they're not there. There are a lot of people that struggle with this. It is still a big stigma. And psychosis is not building up for days. And then, listen, if psychosis was that simple, we would never have people psychotically breaking and shooting up the post office. Whatever happened to that, by the way? Remember when we used to say they went postal? I'm not encouraging it, and I don't want that to come back, but that was a thing before the school shootings were. Anyway, I'm just saying that you can be psychotic and you can appear as if you're not. If all psychosis was took days building up, and then they got worse, and then they were hearing voices, and then like a month goes by and it slowly progresses, and then one day they start talking about killing people, and that progresses, and then one day they I don't know, one day they snap and they kill a bunch of people. If it was that predictable, which sometimes it can be, the government still doesn't catch them. We know that. How many times after a shooting happens, we're like, oh, they were in our database. We've been following them for months, right? So the government's not helping either. But the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, I'm sure some people can be predicted, but the nature of psychosis is not predictable, unfortunately. And the only way I can liken it to help people understand that have not seen it firsthand, you can actually search YouTube. We went over that yesterday. I'm in psychosis. There's a woman who's just like, I'm in psychosis. I'll see if I can play it again for you guys if you didn't see it yesterday. But you'll see how psychosis is not this is the thing. Many people believe psychosis is what movies show you. That's why they show us all these TV shows and movies. It's a way of like brainwashing. I know that sounds crazy. It might sound crazy to you, but the reality is we don't need to watch something on a black screen. We can just live our lives amongst ourselves. But instead, everyone focuses on this black screen, and it tells us what we're supposed to want, what's considered attractive, what's considered good, what's considered bad. It tells us all the things that we're supposed to know, right? But if you turn off that black box, you realize like it's not really anything important. It doesn't really affect your life day to day, right? So, wow, how did I get on that tangent? Sorry. That was a really big tangent, and I don't even remember how I got started on it. Sorry about that, guys.
And it's probably 7 a.m. and she's just going on with all these.
Oh, I know. That's what I wanted to bring up. This one. Whoops. When my daughter was put on medication by a psychiatrist, I was concerned with weight gain, so they gave her So Wellbutrin, and that's one of the common ones that gets added, and I have added that for side effects, and it's a really safe drug, in my opinion. Not the initial ones. The initial ones, the immediate release, they had problems with those. I don't even know if you can still get them because they cause seizures in people who had a history of seizure disorder. That was like the OG Wellbutrin when it first came out. I think it had to be dosed like 3 times a day. I don't remember. Then they got the Wellbutrin SR, which was dosed twice a day. And then they moved to Wellbutrin XL. I personally like the SR the best because the XL didn't last the whole day. Typically, it would taper off too much. And Wellbutrin is a really interesting drug. Wellbutrin was marketed also as Zyban. Zyban is a medicine that was like, I think, one of the first pills, other than nicotine, to help people quit smoking. What happened, it was approved for smoking cessation. What happened was they were using this Wellbutrin in a study with Vietnam veterans, and they found that the veterans were improving with their depression, but they were also not smoking as much. And so it was pretty interesting pathway they discovered there. And so they ended up using it for, whatchamacallit. They ended up using it for, sorry, I just got distracted. They ended up using it for smoking cessation. They got it approved for smoking cessation. And then the problem was if you wanted Zyban for smoking cessation, it was a lot more expensive than Wellbutrin for depression. And so then people would sometimes use Wellbutrin for the smoking cessation. Now they're both off, they're both generic, so you can use it. It worked okay. If you were motivated, it definitely did decrease your desire to smoke. It definitely does. But after a month, if you keep smoking through it, you might as well just stop it. It's not going to help you. Wellbutrin also works pretty quickly. It doesn't take weeks to build up in your system. Typically, when you take it, you'll notice you feel a little bit better, almost like right away. It's not addictive. It's not an amphetamine. It just has more activating quality. Some people use it for focus. Some people found it helped with focus a little. It's like a weaker stimulant and it's not addictive. So I think it's a safe drug, especially the XR. And a lot of times when people have sexual side effects with an SSRI like Celexa or Prozac, women too, or they are, like you said, afraid of weight gain, you'll add the Wellbutrin on, and that takes care of it, and you can use it as a PRN basis too. Some people would use for the sexual side effects. There's a lot of things you can do with it, but I do think that's one of the ones that's helpful for side effects. So
paranoid delusions. But at this point, I didn't think it was delusions. I thought maybe she was mistaken or something freaked her out and she was scared and maybe just blowing things out of proportion, or it was really hard to grasp. So eventually I didn't want to handle this on my own, especially with a little kid. So we went over to my parents' house, and because she was part of these delusions, she was convinced my dad was like some drug dealer kingpin and I was involved in it. It was like a family thing. And she thought that because she knew about it, that now she's on a hit list to get killed or something, or she knows too much or something. And this was like, what? What would suddenly make you believe this? So we go over to my parents' house, and on the way over, she's just freaking out, like just I think they're all going to be dead when we get there. They're already dead. And like we would pass a car or something, and it would be like, did you see that person? They're following us, or just everything. Just the amount of information and delusions coming in is just astonishing. The amount of stuff your mind was able to just put together and make up. And so we get there, and obviously my parents aren't dead. And we get talking about this, and I think you got into like this intense conversation with my dad, like trying to call him out as the kingpin, and he was like,
his cell phone out of his hand, looked through all his texts.
Yeah, to make sure he wasn't like texting.
I've never done anything like that before. It was nothing like me.
Yeah. So at this point, we're just, because we have no experience with this at all, we're just, what is going on here? And I think what finally made us decide to take you to the hospital, like hours later, late morning, early afternoon, was you started having this really bad onset of amnesia. Like we would talk something through and confirm that, okay, this didn't happen because I was there and you were there and you saw it, and I wasn't out selling drugs or whatever. And then like 5 minutes later, you wouldn't remember any of that. Like you would just, all of that information went right out the other ear.
Like a stroke victim.
Yeah. And so we were like, is she having a stroke or something? She can't remember anything. Like this is bad. So we need to go to the hospital. So we had to like talk her into going to the hospital, because at this point, she doesn't think that anything's wrong with her. Everything's wrong.
All right, so that's basically the beginning of that. This is soft white underbelly. This couple is so cute. Hold on. So yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that. Now let me just see. Let me try this one here. 1 second. All right. I'm in psychosis. All right. Let's see. I want to show you guys this. Let's see. 1 second. I just want to find this, guys, because I think this might be helpful as well. Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go. Let's listen to this person talk about psychosis.
It's not something most people will go through. Only 3% of the global population experiences psychosis. And while that does seem like a lot of people, it's still not that common. If you think of disorders like depression and anxiety, those are more universal. Like you can experience symptoms of depression and anxiety outside of having the disorder itself. For instance, let's say your aunt dies and you were very close with her and you're grieving that loss. So you're experiencing depression and you now know what that feels like without necessarily having the disorder of depression. Likewise, let's say you're a student in school and you have test taking anxiety and the finals are coming up for the semester and you're anxious about having to cram notes and you choke up on the day of the exam. So you've experienced anxiety without necessarily having the disorder. Psychosis is not like that. Psychosis is not a universal experience. There is nothing like it. So there really is no way of getting a frame of reference for psychosis unless you yourself have had it. Even people who are familiar with the condition and have loved ones with psychosis and care for them and see it firsthand for themselves still will never come close to understanding what it feels like. I could talk about hallucinations and delusions all day and give you the definitions and explain logically what it is, but I could never convey to you what it's like.
And this is why some people are just convinced Lindsay Clancy is a murderer and that's the end of the story, because they can't understand what psychosis is. And my best evidence for her being psychotic is up until that point in her life, everything she did demonstrated someone who was loving, empathetic, kind, loved her children, loved her family. Like there was no indication of any kind of antisocial behavior or personality disorder or anything. So it doesn't mean, oh, so she must be psychotic. It's just that history, along with all the other things, her seeking help so many different times. I mean, begging for help.
Like I said, it's not a universal experience. It's not a common experience. So when I started trying to explain to people what my symptoms and episodes were like, I fell short of being able to explain it until I realized there is something similar, and that would be drugs. When I started using hallucinogenic drugs as an example for what psychosis feels like, I had never actually done hallucinogens, so I didn't know for myself. But what I did know is that they caused hallucinations. And from what I'd heard, a lot of the hallucinations were similar to mine, and the experience of having a bad trip was something I could identify with. So I would.
Well, that's similar to PCP. I mean, that's a drug that a lot of people were abusing when I worked in New Haven in the ER. And you know, PCP is a weird drug because it makes you schizophrenic. I mean, essentially, when you do PCP, you become dissociative. And it's really weird that people abuse it, but they do. And they come in and they're acting schizophrenic. They're acting psychotic. Not necessarily violently psychotic, just psychotic. Like they think they're Nemo, or they're trying to bite their tongue off, or they're completely naked and doing push-ups in the street. And when the PCP would wear off, you know, first of all, they'd always end up in restraints because these people were always like standing up, doing crazy things. And when they would finally come out of it, I would always ask them, why do you like this drug? Like, what about it is good? Like, I get it. People drink alcohol. I get why people do cocaine. I get why the narcotics, but like, why do you want to become dissociative? Like, why do you want to dissociate? It's just a bizarre drug. It's a really fucking weird drug.
Tell people, let's say you had an acid trip and that lasted what, like 10 or so hours, and then it's over. So imagine if your acid trip were to last a year and you never came out of it and it was like a million times stronger than that. Then you would understand psychosis. But the thing is, I did end up trying hallucinogenic drugs and it was a huge letdown. It was not at all what I was expecting. I thought I was going to feel like I was in psychosis, but really I just felt like this watered down, like easy state of sort of feeling like almost like tingly compared to the big volume of
Wow.
noise and chaos and hallucinations. Like I just kind of felt like it was a soda can that got left open and all of the carbonation disappeared and it
Wow.
was flat. Like it was just a flat experience.
That's such a wild story. So she's had psychosis and she's saying, like, I don't know what hallucinogen she did. I'd be curious to know. She's like, yeah, it's nothing close to psychosis.
It was nothing. It was not even comparable. It was nothing close to the intensity of psychosis. Like I said, it was easy. People around me would be having bad trips, and I'd think, how can you possibly have a bad trip on this? Like, this is so easy to control. Like, I'm in full control of my hallucinations right now.
Wow.
And I can never do that in psychosis.
wild.
So there went my example of what psychosis is like because it wasn't
wild.
even close.
It's wild that she's able to control the hallucinations when she's on it. I'd love to know which one she's on. And I'd love to know if other people who are, I think they hide a lot of this stuff from us. The SSRIs actually, when you take them, can decrease the effect of the magic mushrooms that help heal and integrate the brain that are, psilocybin. SSRIs block the effects from those. You got to wonder why, because those actually heal better than the SSRIs, in my opinion. The microdosing.
And I struggled to find another example or analogy for what I went through that people could translate into their own experience for a long time. Because, like I said, there's nothing like it. And the one example I thought was close didn't really even touch on how it feels, because it is all encompassing and it entirely takes over your entire life. Like it becomes you. So, how do I convey that to other people? And then I remembered that in one of my episodes, I was in the hospital and I would meet with the doctor almost daily, and he would ask me, "How are you doing today?" And I would say, "Oh, I had this dream that I was like walking on clouds and there were frogs falling from the sky, and like I'm trying to find the frogs today." And he'd say, "No, I'm not asking about your dreams. How is your day?" And I would be so confused because I couldn't tell the difference between my dreams and reality.
Wow.
Like I knew that I had woken up, but the dreams were just as real as what was happening to me in my waking life. So even though dreams tend to be super abstract and hard to understand, I couldn't grasp outside of the dreams that my life was any different.
Wow.
If you think about it, dreams are nonsense. Like the things that happen in dreams are random associations that make meaning to you but don't make meaning outside of the dream. So
Right.
let's say I was dreaming that there was a green lamp and another object, it was maybe a candy cane, and seeing the two of them made me realize, okay, I have to go to work today. And then I'd start getting ready to go to work, and it was because of the associations. So while I can logically today say that that doesn't make sense because a green lamp and a candy cane don't mean anything, when I'm in a dream, when you're in a dream, it makes perfect sense.
Yes.
There's no negating it. Dream logic is your logic.
This girl, a lot of these people, and this is not the only woman I've listened to that has experienced psychosis. And there's even one woman that talks while she's in psychosis. And some of these people are incredibly insightful when they're describing it. And I find her 100% credible. Like she's not bullshitting. This is real. It's crazy that people are now able to like talk about this in some ways.
And when you wake up, you realize that it was very scrambled and made no sense. But while you're dreaming, it's real. You can't tell that it's not reality. Also, the kinds of things you see in dreams are outside of reality. They're dream creatures or dream landscapes or whatever you're seeing only exists within a dream. It's not based on anything real. So when I have hallucinations, I'm seeing stuff like that is nowhere near reality. Like I'll see figures that don't look anything like a person. I'll hear sounds that don't exist, sounds that I can't describe because there's no sound like it in reality. I'll see things that are impossible to see, like pixelated patterns and like vivid colors that are shining, like light beams made out of black and white fuzz. Like it makes no sense, but what I'm seeing, you might see that in a dream. So could you describe the kind of things you see in dreams? Like, how do you translate that? A lot of times when people try to recall their dreams to other people, it's hard to explain the dream or even get more than like 10% of the dream right, because the thinking is abstract, the visions are abstract, the
Such a good point, because sometimes when I have really vivid dreams, I write them down as soon as I wake up, because if I don't, I'll forget them. And when I write them down, it's so hard to find the words to convey what I saw. And I have incredibly vivid dreams. I mean, they're just unbelievable, like very detailed and stuff, but abstract. And it's just one of those things that's so interesting.
logic is abstract, it's undefinable. So as you can see, with psychosis being most akin to dreams, it's very hard to explain. It's an experience that you'll never come close to understanding until it happens to you. Even when you see it right in front of you, you won't understand the mind at all, not even close. So I hope you never experience psychosis, or if you have, I hope you'd stay out of psychosis. It's more of a nightmare than a dream, to be honest, but I don't want to get into the details of that because that would come with a trigger warning, and I don't want to put one on this video. Anyway, that's how it is. Like, that's what it's like for me.
Okay,
To the best of my ability, that's what it feels like to have psychosis.
Does your child get overwhelmed easily during the day? Then loop earplugs can help create more calm. If you're parenting and you're
All right, let's see.
I'm in psychosis. And this is going to be a very hard conversation to have. But it's one I want to have, because I think things like this are important, and making videos helps me process what happens to me because of my schizoaffective disorder. So today I want to talk about psychosis and what that's like, what it's like being psychotic, what it's like being in psychosis, just talking about my specific flavor of it, and how I'm still in it while I'm making this video. And things are not good. Things are not good at all, but the camera is rolling and I want to talk. So yesterday, which would be Wednesday, I'm filming this on Thursday to go up on Saturday. Yesterday, I started running out of gas. I suddenly didn't have all the energy that I had over the weekend, where I took 949 photos of myself at my family beach house, the same one we're about to tear down. But yeah, yesterday I started running out of gas, which made me think maybe I'm on the down. But today taught me that while yes, things are taking a turn, they aren't heading into just depression. They're probably headed into psychotic depression. Because while I was making my hypomania video, I was really struggling with, what was I going to say? Sorry, there's just things around, which I'll get to it. I promise I'll get to it. Yeah, the beach house was being torn down, I think. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so I had all the energy to take all the pictures, and then I came back and I was expecting things to take a turn for the worst, as they typically do in these episodes, because I'm aware this time, so like I know to expect it. And yeah, they're definitely taking a turn, just not in what I was expecting. And so me getting tired last night from trying to paint the staff that I needed to paint for my costume, which now I don't even know if I've mentioned that before yet. Yeah, okay. So today at work, I'll talk about today, okay? Let's talk about today at work, because that's when I noticed things starting to get a little bit more serious. So I was at work and I was running our pipetting robot. We call her Piper because she pipettes. And Piper has a front protective cover that is supposed to be closed when you do the run. And we closed it, and I looked at it, and it looked a little bit open. And I couldn't quite focus my eyes on what it looked like And I thought that was weird. Like I couldn't clearly see the cover, the edge, but it looked open at the same time. And I touched it. And when I touched it, it flashed to normal, flashed to what it should be. Flash is the wrong word, but like I saw it once I touched it. Once I touched it, I saw it for what it was. And that was weird. I've never had something like that happen.
Let me just say, I'm going to get to here. Hold on.
And
Ken Paxton's dark money donors are attacking our campaign with AI deepfake videos. So we fought back and launched our first ad of the general election.
And I was panicking because the samples I was preparing were very sensitive, high priority, precious samples. Like they picked me to process them because I'm the best pipetter in the lab. And then I decide to have a psychotic episode. As if it's my choice. I say that. That's funny. God. Yeah. And so I feel like something is incredibly wrong with everything that's going on. I really cannot express how wrong I feel the world is right now. My world. And then there's more. And this is also something that I used to get more when I was unmedicated or not medicated properly. And it's that I suddenly feel like there are ghosts everywhere, spirits everywhere, people packed in like sardines all around me. And I can't see them, but I know what it looks like. And I know it's not real. But that doesn't mean I don't feel it when they touch me. They touch here. And it's not a like straight up tactile hallucination, but it is something that makes my entire back seize up and tingle when it happens. And I just do this sharp exhale. That's just me thinking about it too hard. I think that has to be me thinking about it too hard. It's been a bit since it's actually happened. That's gotta be me thinking about it too hard.
So I'm going to pause it, and I'm going to show you another woman who we watched yesterday who also educates about psychosis. And I want, she's in psychosis too. And I want you to see how they both kind of have a similar affect here. And I think it's helpful because in case you ever come across someone that's in psychosis, you may recognize it because we're watching these videos here. Now, there's no perfect way to recognize it, but I'm just saying, hold on, let's see. This one right here.
I don't really know what to say right now because my mind keeps just going blank. I think the reason why I decided to pick up my camera and record today is because
you notice it in the eyes. You see it in the eyes. There's a heaviness.
I think a criticism that I get sometimes is that I come across as being well all the time, and I don't show the more difficult aspects, periods, or whatnot of living with an illness like schizoaffective disorder. And so I kind of wanted to.
So one of the interesting things I'm noticing here, I'm going to have to look into this, is that she and the other two women, I believe, have schizoaffective disorder or schizophrenia. And that's typically who's going to have psychotic episodes. We did have that one woman who experienced postpartum psychosis, and she explained it. And everybody's is going to be just a little bit different, right? But some people have insight into it, which is pretty interesting. And sometimes you have insight and you do it anyway because you have to. It's like you feel compelled. And it just gets really complicated. And at the end of the day, I don't know who among us can prove what someone felt when they were doing something. I can just go by, what does the state have to prove here? The state has to prove that Lindsay was of sound mind and could not control her actions. And I feel like that's a tough sell for me because everything that she did appears to be someone who was completely out of control and out of character. And the only explanation I have for that is a psychotic break. And the reason I have that explanation is all the evidence that shows what type of person she was her whole life. Student, daughter, sister, friend, then wife, nurse, athlete. Like a model citizen, really. And then sick and looking for help and not getting it. So, I mean, that's for me where I stand on the case. But like I said, all viewpoints are welcome. And, you know, I really appreciate you guys being here. I think this is a really important topic. And I will be back tomorrow. I'll be continuing to follow the case until it's over. And I did talk to Jax V in the comments. If he wants to email me, maybe we can set up a time to talk in the evening. You come up on panel or something like that. All right, guys, I appreciate you being here. Just going to sign off with a little bit of dancing, maybe. A little bit of sidebar. And some music, please. Let's see.